Hello, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where we've come out and been able to catch up once more with the band of brothers, the three male cheetah that are still on the hunt. Well, not currently, they're just catching some of the morning rays, but they haven't been able to catch anything in the last few days, and we're going to be hanging with them, hoping that today is the day that they actually catch something. Now, my name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK with me. How's it, BK?
How's it?
And how's it to all of you? Welcome aboard as we escape to nature. So a little bit snoozy for now. The other two have just gone off and lay down in the shade. There's been quite a bit of stretching and yawning, etc. They haven't been hunting this morning as of yet. Yesterday afternoon on the sunset safari, we had them attempting to chase down zebra. There were some youngsters with them, so they were obviously after the babies, as well as hartebeest, also babies that were protected by the mothers, and they just weren't able to come right. So it is time for them to eat. They will have to hunt and eat something soon. So it is really worth our while to sit, watch, and wait with these guys. For the time being, though, I think they're just getting a little bit of energy now in the nice morning light. Sunning themselves. Serena, a good start to cat today it is indeed. Lovely spots as opposed to the rosettes that you'll find on leopards. But, yeah, a little bit quiet for now. But if you know cheetah, you know that anything can happen at any moment. So we'll stick around for that moment. They are up near to the fence line. So you may notice that when we move around a bit. They've come up. There's a bit of a marshy area here. And they seem to like it here. I don't know, maybe they went down for a little drink. And now just relaxing a bit. But I know for sure that they're going to be trying again. They have been expending a lot of energy trying to hunt these animals down without success. So I'm just a little bit concerned that they may teeter on the edge of going over the point where they're not getting enough calories for the energy that they require to actually continue hunting. So they need to be successful reasonably soon. Otherwise, they're going to start to lose energy and not be able to hunt optimally. They are still very inexperienced, being only between 18 and 20 months old. So they are reasonable youngsters and new to the game of survival on their own. But every day is a new life lesson, and they're still alive. They're still all healthy, albeit a little bit skraal, as we would say in Afrikaans, a little bit skinny. They do need to eat, and they do need the energy that will come with the protein that they'll get from the meat once they do make a kill. As I say, the other two have just made their way off a little bit. They're about 20 meters away from that one lying down in the shade. So Jerome, if we look at, now this is all theoretical and sort of, I'm not sure how they base their studies, but you know, it is quite indicative in terms of the numbers that I've seen and my experience of watching the different predators. They say that lions generally have around about a 60% success ratio of the animals that they actually target for a hunt and that they actually successfully kill. And that's what we're talking about when we talk of the percentages. So around about 60% for lions. Then they say leopards, normally between 70 and 80%. And then going up past that, the cheetah and the wild dogs, wild dogs being number one, normally between 80 and 90%, and cheetah averaging in around about 80%. So they are, and hyenas also in that upper bracket, spotted hyenas I'm talking about. So, but cheetahs being one of the more successful of all the hunters. The only thing with them is that obviously when they do make their kills, they are very susceptible to being scavenged upon by the other predators and actually chased off their kills. And when they're younger like this, obviously the success ratio is much lower. So currently these guys, they've made a kill, and that was an impala kill. It was about a week ago. And they have, yesterday they did catch a baby hartebeest, but before they could kill it, the mother returned and chased them off. So they did actually succeed in the hunt, but not in actually killing and eating it yesterday. So I would say that they're probably sitting, below 50% currently, because they're trying to chase down all sorts of different animals and sometimes taking on more than they can chew. We watched them trying to chase and hunt eland, which was way above what they should be going for, and chasing an adult female eland, almost trying to ankle tap it, but I don't know what they would have done if they actually knocked it down, because it probably would have been able to kill them with its horns. But anyway, yesterday with the unsuccessful hunt on zebra and the hartebeest youngster, this was a second attempt on hartebeest. They're just a little bit disorganized with the three of them. They're not quite working together very well as a team. They're sort of shooting off in all different directions. Whereas sooner or later they're going to start working together nicely. And then we might see that success rate or percentage increase substantially. But for now, they just need to rest in between as well. A lot of exertion of energy when they do try to hunt. But the development of them, once they do start getting a couple of kills, will be substantial as well. And they'll start getting a lot stronger. They'll be able to take on bigger prey, and it will just progress from there. So very exciting times ahead, and that's why I do want to try and sort of stick with them and document this progress as it continues daily. And as we say, this is live, completely live. There's nothing edited, there's nothing pre-recorded. So everything that's happening is happening right now as you see it. And if you stick around and wait and keep watching, you may actually see these guys progress with their hunting skills, which would be wonderful. It doesn't come as easy for cheetah in that hunting, learning sort of progress as it might do for lions or leopard. Gavin, cheetah, they are territorial, but it all depends on where they are situated. If there's a high prevalence of big predators, for instance, where, like in the Greater Kruger National Park around the Sabi Sands, very high concentration of leopards, spotted hyena and lions. So in those parts they lead purely a nomadic life. They're not able to stay in one position because they do get messed around by the other predators. But I've found in areas of, for instance, in Namibia, where we actually have some of the highest populations of cheetah anywhere in the world, that they do sort of form more territorial positions, like as in Etosha and in the areas of the central part around the Okonjima Game Reserve or south of Otjiwarongo, and also up towards the Waterberg. It's a lot of cattle farms, etc., but there's still very high prevalence of cheetah populations there, and there they are then quite territorial. The other big predators that they do have to worry about, there are leopards, but not as in the high concentrations that we may have in the Sabi Sands, and also brown hyena. Not so much spotted hyena or many lions. So they are then able to proclaim territories and maintain them. So it's all geographical related, as well as the prevalence of those other characters, because they do get shunted around by all the others, but if it is possible, then they will take a territory. In the areas of the Masai Mara in Kenya, we do see on this sort of the certain parts of the open grass veld where the lion sort of groupings are not as concentrated, like as in the Mara Triangle, where there's excessive amounts of lion prides. In the other parts, the cheetah are then also able to keep their little territories that they prefer to have that kind of standing, but it's all just based on what they're allowed to. Might do a rollover. So at least he's done us the favor of now facing towards us. Warming up nicely, so you can see maybe a little bit of panting. They've been sunning themselves beautifully, but might go and look for shade, or might even get up and go for a hunt. They can only come towards us because they're in the corner here, the fence line, so we're in a good position. Just do a bit of grooming first. When they stand up, there might be a bit of stretching and yawning. Looks like it's probably also going to head for the shade, or might continue. Cheetah stand up, it's action stations. There's a little dip here, it might just go out of sight and hopefully keep on coming up over onto our side. Let's just give it a chance. If not, I can reposition and we'll see if we can spot it from a different angle. Just hoping that it comes up and continues on its way, that we move on with the hunt. So I'd prefer not to stare at a dead bush, but we'll wait just and see if it pops up here over the other side. Is it going to happen? I think it might be the former. I think it's gone to go and lie down. So I think we should move and see if we can spot it just from a slight different angle. Let's give it a go, BK. I don't know if I should just move forward, but maybe just from an angle over there. So I'm going to try my best just to see if we can get a better view, and ultimately hoping that they'll just come up onto our side and then walk on and go for a hunt. Anyway, while we see what we can do in terms of getting a nice view on these cheetah, let's head you on over to one of my favorite places in the world, at Etosha.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Rolf. Wow, what an amazing way to start your day with cheetahs. Hopefully they are on the prowl and they do make a kill. As you say, it's not always easy for them, but hopefully they'll be successful today, and hopefully we'll get to see that. But that sighting in itself has already been amazing. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ukokoyo. My name is Lisa. I'm your waterhole naturalist. And as always, just looking around, checking to see which animals will be coming to the waterhole today. So far, we have had 3 wildebeest and a couple of springbok. But hopefully we will get to see some more animals than we did yesterday and the day before. It is slowly starting to become a little bit more active though, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. And for those of you that were not with us yesterday on Sunset Safari, literally in the last 10 minutes of drive, we had the most incredible sighting of banded monkeys that were digging up something. It was definitely eggs or something, or I'm not sure if they were trying to get to insects. But there was a blacksmith lapwing as well that was just throwing the biggest tantrum. So I'm not too sure what they were actually looking for. But it really was one of my favorite sightings by far on the damn cameras. And as Rolf mentioned, we are live, we are interactive, so please do stay in touch with us today. Send your questions, your comments, anything you would like to chat about. Today's theme, if everyone is keen, will be some flowers, plants, trees, but I specifically want to focus on the flowers on my end, because I realized yesterday when I was browsing through my bush Bible that I have been a little bit out of touch with my flower knowledge. So we will definitely do a bit of quizzing today on flowers. Not just flowers in themselves, but of course flowers that you'll find on plants and trees. So definitely looking forward to that. Good morning, Nina. Thank you so much for your comment. I'm excited with all of you. Really, it is just such a blessing to be able to do what we do. Whether it's the weekend or a weekday, just being able to observe these animals, of course. They have no concept of Monday, Saturday, Friday, whichever day. But thank you so much. And thank you for spending your weekend with us. I know you could probably have sat in a coffee shop or have gone out with friends and family, and instead you are choosing to spend it with us. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Oh, I'm just so excited. I know I keep saying this. I've been saying this for since the day before yesterday now, but you can actually see the green sprouts coming through amongst the rocks, specifically closer to the tree line. And that's just with a little bit of rain that Ukokoyo has had. So hopefully, we'll get a proper storm. Not vicious, but just proper rainfall. And then we'll see this whole location transforming. And of course it will be very interesting as well to to then monitor the patterns of the animals. You know, are they going to become more active at the waterhole? Are they going to stay away a little more? Of course, in Mashatu we saw that, you know, the rain actually caused the animals not having been restricted to just that one waterhole. Whereas here, we are yet to see what is going to happen. Alrighty, well for now it seems fairly peaceful here in the beautiful Ukukuyo. Of course I will keep monitoring it, make sure we are not missing out on any visitors. But in the meantime, let us head on over to the Djuma Dam Cam and see what's happening there. Woo! It's a little bit windy. Apologies if you do hear the wind and if we are a little bit shaky. As you can see, it is a fairly windy day in Djuma. I'm sure you saw on Sunrise Safari as well. But we have got some impala. And I'm not too sure. It seems like they are busy licking a rock. I can't really tell if it's a rock or termite mound. And however, you know, for whichever reason they will do it, whether it's a rock or soil, that is part of geophagia. So they will do that just for some extra minerals that they can get out of the soil. It's incredible how these animals know that. Imagine, you know, if we needed some extra calcium, we had to chew on a bone or lick a salt rock or something like that. But luckily these animals, you know exactly where to go, what to eat, what not to eat. It seems like the wind is not in our favor right now. So we'll definitely keep monitoring Djuma. Hopefully it dies down a little bit. But I think let's head back to Ukukuyo and see what else we can see there. It honestly never ceases to amaze me, all of the guinea fowl we always see at Ukukoyo. Whether it's been raining or sunny, they always seem to be around. So, of course, as I said, today we will be chatting a little bit about flowers and plants and just do a little bit of catch up on our flora knowledge. So, the first question for the quiz today. What is this plant commonly known as? Striga elegans. Striga elegans. It's a red flower. And it's actually a very delicate flower as well. But what do you think that plant or flower is commonly known as? Oh, I really have been so out of touch with my, specifically my scientific names for the plants and the trees and everything.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
That is honestly super cool. As I say, we do know they are here, but it's not often that we actually get to see them that well. As you can see, they camouflage very well, but they're also not very, very big. Oh, look at that one. He's standing like a meerkat. But yesterday was by far one of my best mongoose sightings in my life. Oh, and there were these tiny, tiny ones. You could literally just put them in your pocket. Little pocket-sized mongoose. But of course they are scavenging right now. They eat insects. They'll eat eggs. Mollusks. So they are probably just looking for some breakfast. And of course we tend to learn with the animals. You know, vegetarians generally get along. Of course the mongoose are not pure vegetarians, but you can see the size comparison between them and the springbok. The springbok don't really have anything to worry about. But these guys as well can be rather feisty. Yesterday afternoon on Sunset Safari we spoke a little bit about honey badgers and how tenacious they can be. But these mongoose as well, I've seen them be rather feisty. They do live in family groups, and so they do chasing each other around. They do gang up on something sometimes, like a snake for instance. So they can be rather feisty little creatures. In Afrikaans we've got a saying, klein botteltjies groot gif, which means small bottles but big poison. They should not be underestimated because of their size. Lenny, good morning. So good to hear from you. Oh, that is so sweet. I really appreciate that. Saying I'm like the sun brightening up your nights. That is really sweet. I appreciate that. But just know the same goes for all of you. You guys brighten up my day with all of your questions and comments and inquiries, and just of course your pure passion for wildlife. It truly is incredible that we have never met each other, and yet we all have this strong connection because we all have a mad love for wildlife and Mother Nature. And the mongoose can also be predated on, sadly. Raptors will often go for them. I've even seen a monitor lizard go for one. But unfortunately they disappeared into a drainage line, so I couldn't see who conquered who. But they, just like anything else, you know, it's all about the circle of life, and there's always a hierarchy and a food chain. So if you missed the first question, or if you are only joining us now, we are going to be chatting about some flowers today and some trees and plants as well, but specifically flowers. I have definitely lost some knowledge when it comes to flowers. So the first one for the day is Striga elegans. It is a red little flower, tiny, delicate thing. But I would like to know, what is this flower commonly known as? I realized I have been going way too easy on all of you. So, no, I'm kidding. You guys are just very, very attentive and you pay attention really well, obviously, to all of our safaris and everything that we give through to you. So that is why you always get the correct answers. But as I say, yesterday I was going through my bush Bible and I got to the flowers and I thought, whew, I have not read about these pretty little things in quite some time, so perhaps we should brush up on our flower knowledge. And I don't know who of you are fond of course, reading about different tracks and plants and flowers and mammals and everything. Of course, it helps a lot when you, for me personally, I learn when I listen to something as opposed to reading it. But the Bush Bible I am often referring to is called Bushveld. And it literally has everything from reptiles to mammals to track and sign, flowers, trees, fungi, absolutely everything. And it is so, for instance, the flowers we are now discussing today. It's categorized very, very cool. It's actually categorized by color. So at the bottom page, there's like blue or red or pink, which often help me on safari. If you see a flower that you don't know, you can just quickly go to the color and then ID it very, very easily. Just want to see if I can actually see any track and sign from yesterday's sighting of the banded mongoose. It was more or less here. But as I say, there was a blacksmith lapwing losing its mind. And what was interesting, it was very protective and defensive. Of course, they are very feisty birds in general, but blacksmith lapwings generally just lay their eggs on the surface of the soil. But these mongoose were really digging and going at it. So I'm not too sure. I just want to see if we can see any remains of something. Eggs or anything really. Good morning, Michelle. I love that you are always participating in these quizzes and challenges. Yes, you got the first one correct. Striga elegans is in fact a large or an elegant witchweed. And if you do not know what this flower looks like, it's actually a very interesting flower. It looks like asparagus with a red flower on it, for me personally. But it is in fact the large witchweed. And in a lot of African cultures, I'm not too sure if it's, such a common thing nowadays anymore. But of course, when it comes to culture, specifically I found in Africa, it is very, very important to carry over beliefs and uses of plants and all of that from generation to generation. And a lot of this have been going on for hundreds of years. But specifically with this plant, in some African cultures, it's actually used as a charm against lightning. But it is not a flower we see that often, or really ever on the damn cameras.
So, as expected, the male cheetahs, they did move away from the corner fence line there because there was no sort of animals that they could target. They walked up the hill, and there were two young warthogs that they got their eyes on, and the warthogs obviously got their eyes on them, and they ran off. But it seems very clear that they're not interested at all in warthogs. Now, whether that's because they've had a bad experience with them, or because instinctively they know that they're quite a tough animal, and potentially could harm them if they go for them, they seem very much sort of focused on going for antelope or zebra, etc., and ignoring the chance of taking down warthogs. For now, anyway. Maybe that will change. Maybe if they get hungrier, who knows. But they walked a bit, and now they've gone back for a little snooze. So just something interesting about cheetah and some different adaptations that they have in comparison to other animals is that a cheetah actually possesses an enlarged heart, as well as oversized liver, adrenals, the bronchi and lungs, as well as arteries. So these adaptations are necessary for the animal, a cheetah, which relies on explosive speed to capture its prey. So those are extra adaptations, as for instance you might find in a giraffe that is such a tall animal, and its neck is not long enough for it to be able to reach the ground or water. So different adaptations for for a giraffe in that sense, physiological wise, that will enable them to go down to drink water, valves that sort of slow the blood to the brain, etc. And obviously with cheetah, with their excessive or the reliance on excessive speeds that they need to get to, they need to have these adaptations for the blood that needs to course around the body, the oxygen that is required, and everything else in between to work sufficiently, not only for survival, but obviously to continue on with that real speed chases that they partake in. Obviously, not much speed underway at the moment. Very lethargic currently, but they do need to rest up also to enable them to get those bursts of speed. So that's exactly what they're doing right now. Being serenaded once again by the bicycle pump bird, or the rufous-naped lark. Shweep, 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 shweep. One of those constant calling birds here in the Eastern Cape. So the most regular that you hear probably be that rufous-naped lark, the southern booboo, and the somber greenbill, if I have to say the three most common bird calls in these parts would be those. So and that now really becoming part of the environment that these cheetah call home. So Carrie, on a private reserve such as this, the ecology team will be monitoring this as it goes along, and I would imagine that if they don't make a kill in the next sort of week or so, and they become very weak, there probably would be an intervention from the ecological team. You know, I've managed the big five-star establishments as well, and when I've been the reserve manager, especially when you've got a high-profile animal like this on your property, there would be some assistance. So maybe they would give it, some piece of an animal or whatever, just to help them get through. You don't want to start feeding them, and you also don't want them to associate humans with food. So there might just be a drop of meat near to them in the area, and they'll obviously be able to smell it and then move in and go and feed on it, and just to help top them up and just get them through until they actually do make a kill. So I would do that on a reserve that I've managed or am managing, but it all comes down to what the ecological team decide. With them having brought these three cheetah here, I would imagine that they would take on that stance and they would assist them if required, but would prefer to let them just continue on and make a kill for themselves. But there's not too much of a problem in just assisting them and get through this initial period. So, yeah, the assistance can be there. That's differing, sort of with national parks where you've got lots of predators, high concentration of them, and they allow the natural processes to take place. So, for instance, in the Kruger National Park, the Sabi Sands, Madikwe, Etosha National Park, if cheetah in those parts were orphaned, mother killed by lions, etc., then they would leave them. And they would either then sink or swim. So they would either then learn how to hunt on their own, or they would perish. And they won't get involved. The perishing part of it is sad for the cheetah. However, it's part of that natural cycle where, the cheetah die, but with death comes life. So the cheetah would become food for maybe some jackals that were really struggling to survive and weren't being able to get some food. And that would be their little lift that they required to get through to get their next hunt. Or even maybe it's some mongoose or baboons or, that land up feeding on those cheetah, and just because we think it's a beautiful animal and it's a high-profile species, etc., doesn't mean that we can't discriminate against for the jackal that might then gain from that food that the cheetah becomes. So that's where the dichotomy always stands. When do we get involved? And the stance sort of generally falls back to, if it's not from human interference, then we don't get involved. So, for instance, if the mother cheetah is poached by poachers, maybe then there would be assistance. But if it's killed by a lion, then the natural cycle needs to be left to take place. But on a private reserve such as this, these are high-profile animals. They're quite a big tourist attraction, and they're going to become more and more so as they get better with their hunting. So we're going to have live kills. It's going to be great for us to watch, and not only for us and everybody watching Wild Earth and Escape to Nature, but the people that pay to come and stay at the lodges and on the reserve itself. So very big monetary input that then comes from that, and that then falls over and flows over into the conservation of the rest of the reserve. So these are sort of high-profile animals that bring in a lot of money that helps the reserve then spread that into everything from the fence maintenance, the anti-poaching unit, fixing the roads, maintenance of the lodges, maintenance of the vehicles, staff, etc. There's very, very high overhead costs especially on these private game reserves, and there's only a few individuals that are putting the money into that. So very important that you have those high-profile species to attract the people onto the reserve that bring their money with them, and then that can overflow into the conservation for the animals, the wildlife, and the general land in its entirety. So, yeah. Leopards, cheetah, lions, elephants, etc. Big high-profile animals that bring the people in, and they would take a hands-on approach. Different in the sort of national parks, where that's hands-off approach as far as possible.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So speaking of arthropods, which cicada is, here also in these parts we have a very special arthropod, and that's the Addo flightless dung beetle. And it sounds like there's a few that have started showing themselves after the lovely rain that we've had. So I'm going to try and find one when we get moving and show you guys that evolution wise there was obviously so many animals over the centuries in these parts with a high carrying capacity, being in an all year rainfall zone, and very diverse flora, being in the Cape Floral Kingdom, subtropical. The animals would have been in very high densities here, from elephants to lions and all right across the board. So eventually, with there being so many animals, so much dung, the dung beetles didn't need to fly because of the proximity from where they were in the nest, the eggs, to where they would find dung. So they would literally come out the ground, crawl, and they would already find their dung after they had metamorphosized below the surface of the soil. And then they would return obviously those balls back into the ground, and the cycle would continue. But so yeah, over the centuries they've lost the purpose of having wings. And so now very special species that we do have here, the Addo flightless dung beetle. If you go to the Addo Elephant National Park, they actually have signs up everywhere warning people to drive, and the dung beetles have right of way. So it's quite nice to see those signs and that people respect the dung beetles, especially these special ones that we have down here. And we do the same here, being in the greater Addo sort of national park region, that we respect that as well, but very prevalent with the dung beetle species. Wherever you are situated in the world, you might also have these Christmas beetles that we're listening to now. So yeah, always nice to know which kind of insects you have that are dominant around Christmas. For us, it's these cicadas. Now it's heating up quite nicely. The sun is up, and especially after that last few rainy days, I'm pretty sure that on over at Kariga, there's some animals that will be getting ready to come down for their spa sessions.
Rolf, 100% correct. It is absolutely cooking here as well now. Still pretty early in the morning, and that's driven these buffaloes pretty quickly to any type of water and mud area. Yeah, lovely sighting. We've got some zebras in the back there, and you can see how these buffaloes that are coming towards the water, they've literally just got here a few minutes ago, maybe 3 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. They've all started off by drinking. There's that one who's laying down. They're all trying to keep those hydration levels up. And then I'd put my money on pretty much everybody having a big mud wallow. No need for a poker face there. I think that's definitely going to be the bet. Oh, look at that buffalo at the back there, rolling around, trying to cover his shoulders in a bit of mud. So remember this herd that we've got here. I'm not going to move it around for the moment, but the herd is, it must be a good 30 individuals or so, somewhere around there. And I would assume that they're going to kind of split themselves between this little mud wallow and one of the other ones that's not too far away, 30 meters, 40 meters. Just so that there doesn't need to be any competition for any of the food and things here. Vanessa, good morning. Thanks for the question. Definitely, there would be a risk of that. So when predators like lions are looking to potentially prey upon buffalo, the lions don't rest and then all of a sudden run, and while they're running, try and just grab one. It's very calculated. Before the lions get up and run to try and grab one of the buffaloes, they're lying down in the grass. They're watching. They're very vigilant. They're hiding, obviously, and they're assessing the herd. They're looking to see, are there any injured buffalo? Are there any maybe slightly younger buffalo that might be easier to catch? Are there some of the older buffalo bulls that have maybe got some wounds? Maybe they're struggling to walk. Something like one of our older buffalo bulls who's got some serious wounds to his legs, or let's say one leg, his front right leg. That's definitely going to help those lions to catch him. He's not going to be as agile. He's not going to be able to run as far and fast potentially. It's still a very tricky prey species to take down, very risky. But all those little bits help. Oh, this buffalo at the front is thirsty. Oof, that must be hitting the spot, I reckon, huh? Yeah, you can see everybody's cramming in there quite tightly now. Can't blame them. And I think that's a very good question. When you take your photo, you've got to kind of have in mind the type of photo that you're going for. You don't just want to click away and then maybe afterwards on your laptop have a look and say, oh, that maybe didn't work out so well. So as a general rule of thumb, it's always quite nice to think about it first. So when I look at this scene here, I think we've maybe got two different options. First option is kind of what we're doing here. And we're going out a little bit wider, and we're getting we're showing the herd. The only thing that I personally, this is a personal preference, that I don't like about the specific framing is potentially that we've got the road on the right hand side. We have to have roads to drive, 100%. So you're always going to have roads in a game reserve, but it kind of detracts from the picture a little bit. But for simply watching the herd members coming into the water here, that's quite nice. So in terms of if we went for this option, we'd need quite a high f-stop of sort of f11. You want to get as many buffaloes in the frame as possible. It's very bright now, so your ISO could be quite low. You could shoot at 100 or even 200 ISO. The other option from there is to potentially go in a little closer. Something like this here, of sure, you may not be getting the whole herd in, but you're more going for a specific individual that's drinking. This one has kind of got his head down and he's goofing around a little bit. But you see, when we go in close like that, it becomes very important to to have a look at what that specific individual's doing. For this one closest to us, you want both of his ears to be coming up. That one at the back, did you see that water dripping down from its mouth? That would be another beautiful aspect to your photo that you could add. If you're wanting to get that those water droplets dropping down, remember you want to freeze that motion. So you want a nice high shutter speed, maybe 1,200th of a second, 1,600th of a second. You don't want those water droplets blurred. If you're going in nice and close, you want to see each droplet coming down. I personally quite like this closer in effect. But I feel like for everyone like you back home, it's always nice just to get a feeling first of a sense of space, of what's actually happening, to give you a concept of, there's quite a small amount of water and lots of buffaloes. And then you can kind of play around a little bit. Sort of after doing this, you could potentially start to go for more creative things of, when you've got a lot of buffaloes close together like this, more arty types of shots, or, maybe focusing on one single horn and having layers behind it of lots of different buffaloes. Buffaloes are quite a black colored animal, and you can imagine if they roll around in the mud and there's a big clump of mud that gets stuck on one of the horns, you can zoom in and focus, center your shot around maybe that horn that's got the mud on, and your eye would be drawn straight away to that if everything else around it is black from the different bodies of the animals. But thanks for the question. That's a real good one. Oh, this buffalo closest to us is loving life. I feel like he's actually at a good age, that his size is not so big here, that he can cover quite a lot of his body in that mud, in the water there, compared to some of your fully grown buffaloes. Remember, this was quite thick mud 3 days ago. It wasn't really for... this wouldn't be a spot to get your water droplets dropping down like we were talking about in a close-in shot. So it's completely changed it up here. And I guess as well, another shot you could potentially look at, this buffalo that we've got at the back here. Look at the mud by his leg there. Look how thick that mud is. If you could zoom in even more here and use your high shutter speed again, and if he had to move up the bank to the left, and he'd have to pull that hoof out of the mud. It's quite sludgy, You'd get lots of bits of mud flying all over the place. That's quite an arty shot that you could go for. Maybe that the bum of the buffalo, if the other one there's a little bit of a photo bomb. Remember, because we have had quite a lot of rain, you got to get lots of water droplets moving all over the place here as well. So that's another type of shot that you could look for, more of a arty type of shot as well. You can see there's a little bit of oh no, it's not a reflection. It's another buffalo. Yeah, saw that one wrong. Your arty shot that we were talking about now, that's more of a hit and miss type of picture. So usually when you get to a sighting like this, you get so excited, and you can usually take a few, almost, if you want to call it, safety shots, of shots that you've just got in the bag, so that maybe after your trip to the bush you want to scroll through your pictures and you can see you've got some nice buffaloes. You know, just in case for some reason maybe they didn't come down to this water and they moved on, you know. So get your safety shots, and then after that you can always start thinking about the sighting of the scene. You know, maybe starting wide like that and then going in a little bit closer. So there's lots of different techniques and options and things that you can use. And you've just got to give it a little bit of time. Everybody's still going to get stuck into the mud here. Remember that mud's going to help to cool their body down, because today is so hot. They're going to need to regulate their body temperature. And once everybody does start doing that, that mud is going to start to form textures, shapes and things like that. You know, we talked about mud on the horn. You'll start to get mud on the face as well. So there's lots of different options that you can go for. You know, maybe once there's a bit of mud on half of the face, you can go for a nice portrait shot that creates a lot of character. Let me see if I can pan across here. This big cow that we've got here. When she turns her head to the left there, you can see she's already got quite a bit of mud on her nose and on her face. Don't gurgle. So she had it on half of her face there, and that would have created quite a nice sort of texture. Sure, very interesting. It looks like quite a few of the members of the herd top left are starting to move off, potentially go do a bit of feeding. I'm definitely going to be sticking around here. I think they might feed and then potentially come back again. Yeah, so just having a little scan around. We've got some zebras down here, all the way along. And then if we keep going to the side, we've actually got some rhino as well. Having a little snooze. And I think it's really just a matter of time before these rhino actually start to come down to this mudwalla. I think they look very comfortable where they are now, but I feel like it's just a case of there's so many buffaloes that are here by the mudwalla that they know it's most likely just going to be a matter of time before they look to potentially move off. And I think once these buffalo do start to head off and do a bit of feeding, that we will see those rhinos starting to come in, which will be absolutely awesome. So hopefully the animals read the script. We've written it, but it'll be time to see if they do what we hope. Remember, our zebras are not really going to get stuck into the mudwalla much. You can see some eland at the back there as well. JP, thanks for the question. The rule of thirds. So the rule of thirds is one of the photographic techniques that's probably most well known. So it basically, you will divide your frame up into different blocks, into thirds. So vertically and horizontally into thirds, in terms of placing your animal in a frame. So with a big herd of buffaloes like this, your rule of thirds maybe isn't going to be as important. This little youngster buffalo that's in the water here, so you can see like that, we're putting him slap bang in the center of the frame. If we wanted to show that he's maybe going to walk up the bank to the left, the rule of thirds, you could maybe give him a bit of space. And just for the sake of this technique that we're going for, just think that the rest of the buffaloes are not there. So you can kind of see that we've got him on the third horizontally and vertically there. We're giving him space to move into the picture. So there, maybe it would be nice. There, you see there, when I was just about to say, to get some movement. I probably should have got that in a picture. But, yeah. So you see, we'd left space for him to walk into the frame, and you want your picture, you want it to speak to whoever's looking at it. You want it to tell and show that person that this is what you're going for. You're trying to portray the movement of him. So rocking up out of that water, with a bit of movement and mud and water flying around, that would have been that. So the rule of third basically is positioning your picture on a third, not slap bang in the center of the frame. I hope that answered your question. You can see that buffalo on the left, how his nose is shining in the sun there. I always love how buffalo noses they always look wettish, you know. And yeah, you can imagine if you zoomed all the way in with that water droplets dripping off of the lip with that wet nose after plunging it in the water. Creates a lot of depth to the picture. So it becomes a little bit more difficult now as we start to head towards midday. You start to get quite harsh light. You know, your highlights, your whites become a lot brighter. It's hard to capture all of the detail in the picture. You know, even if you look at this scene here, how bright the nose of that buffalo is, even the horns are quite bright. And then you have a look at the shadows of the picture, you know, under the chest of this buffalo on the left already, how dark it's starting to get in there. So photographing at midday can become a little bit challenging. But I feel like you've just got to get out there, get stuck in, give it a crack. Yeah, there's definitely sort of guidelines and things to help you with your pictures, like the rule of thirds that we were talking about. But that's not a stock standard rule, you know. See quite a nice reflection from that buffalo there. A little bit tricky with the other buffaloes and things in the foreground, but there was a small reflection. You can see the little calf resting on the right there, not too keen to get stuck into the mud quite yet. Very interesting. Even on some of the other days we've seen the buffaloes here, the calves haven't really gone into the water. Logan, all of the ear flapping that we're seeing now, that's it's more from little flies and things like that. It's not really communication. You know, lots of tail movement as well. The swishing of tails, you'll start to see that as well. It's basically little chojos. But it's you know, in different circumstances, the ear movements mean different things. In this circumstance here, it's just chasing flies away. But if the ears were held forward, you know, constantly, that's showing a bit of interest, like this one is doing every now and then here. Let's actually see if we can zoom in and see if we can pick up on any of these little flies and things like that moving around. Almost looks like this buffalo wants to try and roll over onto his back to try and completely cover that ridge line, the top of his back there, with mud to protect it from the sun. And we talked about buffaloes getting some of the mud on the horns as a sort of accessory to look at photographically. And you sometimes see some of the older buffalo bulls, they head up to a small shrub and they horn the shrub. You know, looks like they're venting themselves, their frustrations out on that shrub. And they quite often try and get a little bit of foliage stuck on the horns there. It's almost like a little trophy, showing to the other bulls that they're the top dog. Let's maybe line this picture up for this buffalo to head up the bank there and see if we can potentially get some movement in a picture if he lunges up there, which it looks like he is not going to do. Can't have it all, I guess. That's a lovely posture when he lifts his head up like that. So in an instance like this, you can see shooting horizontal. If you were photographing this wouldn't be the way to do it. We're only doing sort of horizontal like this for the ratio of a TV. But here you would want to shoot vertically. Look how much empty space is on the side. You know, when he's lifting his head, looking at you like that, that's empty space. You know, here we're trying to portray the fact of him looking at us, at that beautiful horn structure that he's got, at the focus and attention that he gives us. Yeah, I guess even if you wanted, you could go sort of horizontal like this, close in on the horns and the head.
Another sun has set here at Wild Earth.
In Kanyeni, one of our leopards has sadly passed on.
Join me, Tess,
And me, Taylor, on the 7th of January.
for a fireside chat to commemorate her life and celebrate her proud legacy.
Here's to you in Kanyeni.
Wow, look at those two buffalo just to the right-hand side of the zebra in the middle of the frame. Look at the bull on the right when he does kind of come into the open. Look at his horns. Look at the spread of his horns. He's a monster. Definitely no shortage of diversity here. And if you have a look at those eland at the back there, you can see there's also a lot of tail movement coming from them. So we saw a lot of tail movement with the buffaloes, as well as with the ears of the buffalo and the tail of the buffalo. So it's just a similar thing going on with those eland there. Haven't seen any warthogs today. I'm sure as the day starts to progress and continues to get hotter, we'll start to see them coming down to that mudwalla. Or a mudwalla, not specifically the same one. Lots to choose from after all of the rain that we've had now. Lovely with the movement of these zebras walking towards the camera. Little one testing his running gear out. Some Inyala right at the back there. Elaine, in terms of the most plentiful herbivore, I think I'd call it an impala. Pretty widespread and common antelope. At the same time, there's plenty of blesbok around as well. Oh, what a beautiful day here. Yeah, like we talked about. Starting to see a little bit of movement coming from the rhino here. It looks like there's a dung midden where they are right now, like they're potentially just assessing some type of scent. We might even see them drop some dung there. Yeah, I guess even though it's starting to get hot, no rush for these rhino here. You can see the buffalo not too far away. And I think the desire to get to water is now leading these rhinos towards the mud wallow. John, thanks for your question. The black rhino is definitely going to be much more aggressive than the white rhino. White rhino is quite renowned for being a lot more social than the black rhino, but also a lot more chilled out. Oh, that is the spot. Yeah, white rhino is definitely very, very chilled. So there's definitely going to be big differences in behavior between white and black rhinos. I feel like this youngster's got himself a great spot there. He's in the water. He's got himself a little pillow. The water's not going to go up the nostrils there. He is golden. Ears still moving around, listening carefully. So when those buffalo were in this mud wallow, we were talking about different photographic ideas. So you've obviously got the two layers now of the two different individual buffalo, one in front of the other. And if I zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see, if you look in front of these rhinos to the left here, how there's lots of little patches of sand that are sort of out of the water. So there's no oxpeckers on these rhinos specifically, but it would be quite a nice thing to do is to maybe park a little bit further away to try and get a lower angle, that if there were some oxpeckers sitting on any of these little bits of mud looking to get a drink, you could get low down, focus on those oxpeckers drinking, and then get your rhinos in the background. So your eye would automatically be led from those oxpeckers onto the rhino. That would be an amazing picture. You know, obviously there you're giving the story of, you know, that oxpeckers drinking. That's your story that you're going for. But then having the rhinos in the background, that creates another story of sort of the harmony between the oxpecker and the rhino. And everybody knows how they're quite often moving around together. So that could be another option that you could potentially try. So I think initially these rhinos are just so happy to get into this water. It's nice and cool. It's the weekend, so they're taking it easy. And maybe later on, as they continue to lie there, you know, the top of their body will still get relatively warm. Maybe then you'll see them kind of rolling around and trying to coat their whole body. Buffalo do a good job of mud wallowing. I feel like the older buffalo bulls manage to cover themselves and put a lot more effort into covering their whole body than maybe some of the other buffalo. But I feel like, as a general rule of thumb, rhinos love to coat themselves in rhinos try to coat themselves in buffalo. What I was trying to get at is that rhinos feel like they coat themselves better than what the buffalo do. And you can see on the middle of the stomach of the rhino at the back how she went into the water quite quickly. The water splashed up and you've got some water droplets on her stomach there. Yeah, so it's all those little things that you've got to bear in mind when especially when you're zooming in closer to the face of an animal, or you're wanting to show a specific type of story. We talked about the ear positioning of buffalo. If they're both front facing and pointing straight towards you, for something like this rhino, sort of eye. When you're looking at a picture, your eye is often drawn to the eye of the animal. Because the eye of a rhino is so small, that doesn't really matter. Whereas something like one of your cats, your lion or your leopard, it's quite important in terms of where the eye is looking, the position, how much light is being let into that eye. Telling the story of movement in and out of this little mud wallow here, your foot positioning is quite important. It's one thing to get a bit of movement of maybe just before the foot's about to hit the water, but maybe a better position would be a second and a half before that, when it's slightly drawn backwards and higher, and there's that little bit of a bend in the hoof, some water droplets dripping off of that hoof, or in the case of a buffalo, or the foot of a rhino. Yeah, so lots of different things that you can keep in mind. And amazing how we had that whole herd of buffalo coming down here, and we kind of saw the rhino on the outskirts, and they've now read the script. They've come down here. Hey, they're making it work for us today.
So, our three musketeers, or the band of brothers here, they haven't moved too much, except for the odd rollover and yawn and stretch. They're just whiling away their time in the shade. But that could all change in an instant. So we're still just hanging with them, hoping that they're going to get lucky and they're going to get up and go and hunt something. There are lots of animals around in the area, but they'd have to walk a little bit and then to be able to spot them. So there's not too much of a problem to be able to locate food. It's actually catching it that has seemed to be the problem over the last few days. They're a little bit too eager to chase and not being patient in the lead up to the hunt, stalking, getting a bit closer before they actually chase them down. If they do go for some impala, this would be much easier for them. There are lots of little lambs around, but they've been trying for hartebeest, zebra and eland, which is a little bit out of their reach. And those animals, the mothers, are very protective. as we found with the hartebeest, when the mother chased them off, after they brought it down, and they weren't able to kill it quick enough that they would have been then chased off, but the little baby would have been left dead, and they could have returned. Anyway, such is the life and struggle for these cheetah. The temperature and the mercury is rising. It's getting quite hot. I would say it's already upper 20s. Oh, nice rollover. Classic zebra. Ugh, not a zebra. I'm thinking of zebra now that they were chasing them. Classic cheetah roll. All it takes is for one of them to see something, get up and start walking, which this one looks like it might. It looks like it wants to go in the shade a bit deeper. Is all. Lying right on top of the other one. Doesn't look too comfortable in there. Now it's that collared one that we have been watching. It seems to lead the hunts and lead them in general. And it gets up and walks. The other two aren't far behind. But it's good that there's a bit of movement, because that could mean that it might get up. Yawning also, good sign. A little bit of grooming. This cat's very good at and do it quite regularly. Now when I see three male coalition, it always reminds me of the game reserve that I used to manage not far from here, only a few kilometers away, where there was a three male coalition that was introduced, and they came from a reserve that had a lot of lions. So they were very lion savvy, and they used to stay up in the mountain. And whenever we saw them, which was about every 2 or 3 days, sometimes a little bit more, but in general we'd see them about twice a week. But when we saw them down from the mountain, we knew that they were hunting. We used to follow them, and they would hunt without fail. And they became black wildebeest specialists. They used to take them down almost every time they went for them. They took a black wildebeest adult down, and they would gorge themselves and head immediately straight back up the mountain. And in so doing, staying away from the lions, who did not really venture up there. So they would only risk coming down to hunt, feed, and then head back up for the relative safety of the higher altitude where the lions didn't go. So these cheetah are sort of staying away from the area where the lions are, and I'm hoping that they don't go down into the basin where the lions are, because that's going to mean that they're going to come into conflict with the lions, and there's only ever one winner when that occurs. And once the lions work out that they are around, they can actually pursue them until they eventually catch them off guard, such as in the position that they are now, and walk when the cheetah wouldn't be able to smell them into the wind, and then they could ambush them and kill them all. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen anytime soon, or at all. So we're on the cheetah stakeout once more. So Randy, generally it is siblings, but you can have coalitions that it normally lands up being of very similar age. So, like with these three, it's sort of sub-adults that would join up. It's just increasing their chances of catching something. But it's not generally a fully grown adult male that will join with youngsters, because once they've established themselves as good hunters, etc., they won't generally then allow a couple of other individuals to join with them. That's when they're in this sort of struggle phase. They're still learning, they're inexperienced, and that's when they, it's almost like teenagers. They take on a couple of mates and help them through their travels and coming into adulthood. So that's the way I liken it too. Join up with a couple of friends. Everybody helps with the load. And just as they learn how to, attack different species, once they get this right, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal, because having three males, once they work it out that they can send one individual onto a side and then they can lay up in ambush and press the animals towards them, they're going to be a formidable unit. And they can also take down bigger prey as they work together. And that's what I found with those three male coalition that I was looking after. They would all have their specific roles when they would take down a black wildebeest. One would jump on its back, the other would be on the face of the wildebeest, sort of muzzling it, and the other would come around on top between the horns. So it was really perfect, and we would see that the individuals would stay with the same role each time they made a kill. They almost became specialists in their specific roles within that hunting technique that they had taught themselves. So with it heating up, it does bring quite a few flies with it, but the wind is also picking up as the heat's getting up too, so it's helping to blow the flies away a little bit. At least it's not stagnant, and then you can have a real prevalence of flies and real irritation. But you can see just a tail flick every now and then. Oh, a little bit of flies around, but it's not too bad. And they say when cheetah are in full stride, they take about a 7-meter stride. Incredible. And it's aided by them having very flexible hips, as well as the shoulder blades not really joining. So they're able to, the flexibility in the front legs as well as the back legs really assists in that full, when they're at full tilt, almost their back legs are straight out, their front legs are straight out the front, and that then enables them to do that 7-meter stride and assist with that real speeds that they get up to, between 110 and 120 kilometers per hour. Running the 100 meters at full speed in around 3 seconds. But always remembering that when they're chasing down prey, they've also got a lot of obstacles in between. It's not flat ground. They've got to run, and the animal obviously sidestepping, trying to evade them. And one of the things that is also sort of helped in the decrease of populations of cheetah is bush encroachment, and that's come as a result of a lot of overgrazing and trampling of grasslands, and then you have a lot of thorny tree species that start taking over, and when cheetah are chasing game at full tilt, to get a thorn in the eye is you know, they use their eyes predominantly when they're hunting to zone in on the prey, and as they're getting closer, etc., very big eyes, and so a thorn in the eye is going to be disastrous for a cheetah. So that's one of the sort of factors that has helped in the demise of, or the demise of the numbers of cheetah as well. It's like everything's stacked against them. But I'm willing these three on. I want to watch them grow with their hunting. And I'm going to try and spend as much time as possible with them, in between going down and trying to find the lion cubbies and the elephants, etc. But I think this is really something awesome that we can follow and watch the development of these three. And we're getting hatches of lots of different insects currently. And us having lovely rain in the last few days, and now it's getting very hot. It seems like a lot of the insects are hatching out, from flying ants or alates to flying termites, and those as well, so both. to dung beetles and butterflies and lots of the spider hunting wasps. We see a lot of millipedes around. You can hear the cicadas calling once again, stridulating. Look at that face. They're in fantastic nick, great condition, just a little bit skinny and in need of a meal. A big pile of spots. One of the two that doesn't have the collar actually seems like it's got a bit of a limp, but we did see it attempting, or it actually did pull out a thorn out of its back foot. So I don't think it's anything to do with bones or tendons or muscle or anything. I think it might just be a sore foot pad where it stood on a thorn. Some crows calling off in the distance, some white-necked ravens. Nice yawn. A little bit of a half-hearted attempt at grooming, but a heads up, that's always good. Another yawn. Wow. Beautiful. Gonna roll, buff. A very typical roll. It's like the very typical cheetah sit. And they walk along and they just flop down with their bum. Very typical. It's fighting with the bush there to get a nice comfortable position. Oh, he's going to get up. I think it's just going to go in deeper for some more shade. But you can see how skinny it is there. Really needs a meal. Just trying to get better off in the shade. Funny, I don't think the cheetah got quite as thick skin as the lions. When we saw the female lion the other day, and she had a sweet thorn stuck in her neck, and I don't think she bothered about it at all. Oh, that's a heavy head. Making me feel sleepy now. Now, cheetah also don't need to drink every day. So, eagle lover, you're quite correct. There's a very close bond with these brothers, and you never see them far away from each other. Yesterday, when they were hunting, they split up. One of them went for a baby hartebeest. Another one went for baby cheetah. I didn't see where the third one went. It was just chaos. And immediately after they'd sort of missed their prey, they'd gone off in different directions, and within seconds they were separated by quite a large distance, probably a few hundred meters, close on even to a kilometer apart, and immediately they started that chirp to get back together. That very bird-like chirp of the cheetah, that and straight away they regrouped by using that vocalization that is very typical of cheetah. Bit of a northerly wind coming through now. It's normally a good one for us when we surf because it's straight offshore. It really cleans up the waves. So I think all my friends are probably hitting the surf currently in Port Alfred. But they don't get to spend time with cheetah like I do, so I'm not jealous in the least. And I must say that the cheetah population, especially down here in the Eastern Cape, has been expanding quite exponentially over the last few years, with there being a lot more land available to conservation. Private landowners starting to turn more areas into wildlife sanctuaries rather than for livestock and agriculture. So we have this return and rehabilitation of a lot of these areas. Obviously COVID was a big dampener for that, with there not being any international tourism, so there was a little bit of the areas put on hold, but it seems to have bounced back nicely now, and so we have the tourism going again and hitting good numbers. So then that economic input comes once more, and we have these cheetah now getting reintroduced into all the different parks, and it's a big attraction for tourism. So everybody's jumping on board and reintroducing all these beautiful iconic cats onto their reserves. So where there was once cheetah, then there were none, now they have returned. Fantastic. And the expansion of the natural areas. So we'd love to hear from you. Where have you had the best cheetah experience? Whether it's in South Africa or Southern Africa or Africa at large, East Africa. Let us know. Was it in a hunt, or was it with interaction with other animals, predators? I'd love to know, because I share all of my stories with you, but I'd love to hear yours as well. Some of the best cheetah sightings I've had is in Namibia, and we've seen some in the south, but also lovely ones in Etosha. Brenda, the males don't really have a mating call. They've got that contact call, which is like a bird, a little bit, but there's not really a mating call with cheetah. So there can be lots of fighting and snarling and showing of teeth, etc., as you find with all the cats. But there's not really a call that is used per se to mark or to initiate or to try and woo a female. So no, it's more that little contact call. And obviously cheetah don't want to be vocalizing too much, so they try to stay under the radar. They don't want to be picked up by the other predators, so just that little chirpy call is what they use to try and call the cubs, or like with these males when they separate to find each other again. And that's about it. They don't want to make any other noises. Keeping quiet is the best policy for cheetah. So we're really flat out now, but we might get through this period and then might be active soon. A few more birds starting to call now. There's the Nedeke and Caruprinia and Battises, Rufus Nape Lark, a bit of cloud cover around, but it's not forecast to rain, so they are cumulus clouds, but not cumulonimbus, and they're not really building, so I wouldn't expect it's going to rain anytime soon. But it is making for sort of a lovely atmosphere and beautiful colors as well. As you see there. Back to our sleepy spots. In that position you would think they could be dead. A little bit of movement there. I wonder how they dream, if they do. What do they dream about? Chasing springbok. Lovely, there you can see. Oh, there, you must be getting close to that springbok now. You've got the jitters. Maybe that'll help him in imagining how to take the animal down and kill it. If you dream it, you can do it. There's a bit of nose movement there as well. See the claws also sort of semi-retractable. So almost in between, if we could say, lions and dogs. The dogs aren't able to pull them back. And lions are pulled back and they push them out and then they come back in. Cheetahs are sort of in between. One does give them a bit of grip when they're running at high speeds. They are able to push them out further and they are able to pull them back a little bit as well. So it's a bit of more adapted than both lion and wild dogs. Oh. Wakey wakey. That head is getting heavy. And it's gonna go back down. Looks like me trying to read a book. Oh, couldn't keep it up. So Yoshi, yeah, it's you know, Amakhala, we're in the Albany thicket here, so sort of where these cheetah are lying under, it's a bit of a mix of trees in that kind of thicket. There's some guarri, there's some rus, or now the cercia, and there's some spike thorn, etc. That's quite indicative of the area, that bush right there. But there are some bigger trees like milkwoods, etc., that are quite good for the cheetah to go up on, depending. And there were just some, looked like some jackal buzzards flying around. I think PK was trying to see if he could catch them, but they've now flown off. So yes, there are some nice trees for them to climb on. There's also some termite mounds, but it's a different species to the ones that you may get in the Lowveld. They don't make those massive broad bases that they can climb sometimes 3-4 meters high. These ones are much smaller, rounded termite mounds, but they do still assist in getting them some elevation to look out from, and some of the trees as well. We've noticed also these three, they do want to jump on the bonnet of the vehicles to have a look from there, but we're trying to discourage them from doing that, and keeping them from human contact. We don't want any accidents. That would be disastrous for the cheetah. So the less they can be in contact with humans, the better. And we'll keep it just at like this, you know, with a bit of a distance from them. And we don't want to interfere with the hunts in any way. That's why I'm also careful when I'm following them. You know, when you're following any cat that is hunting, you got to be aware that with the vehicle, when you drive, it can cause the prey animals that the cats are trying to hunt to lift their heads and look in your direction. So if you're following in right behind the cheetah and make the animals then lift their heads, they're going to be looking straight in the direction of the cheetah, where if you weren't there, perhaps the animals wouldn't have lifted their heads and the cheetah would then have had an easier hunt. So we don't want to affect or change the chances of the cheetah actually getting the hunt, because we can put them at a disadvantage. So yeah, I try to keep my distance, and when I see prey like that, I rather go, if I can, move on to the other side of the prey animals, so that we're on the opposite side of them, so that we don't get them looking up in the direction of the cats that are trying to hunt. So try to have as little influence as possible, especially with these guys that are trying, their best to learn. Alright, so we're just going to still continue on being patient and wait and see if these guys get up. They will do at some stage, it just depends on when, and hopefully we're still here when it happens. But while we are still here and it's not happening, let's head you on over to the place of great dry and white water.
Thank you, Rolf. Again, what an amazing sighting, and it's always so special, to spend time with predators during the day, even if they are just sleepy cats. It is still pretty peaceful here in Okukoyo, but I'm very excited about something because I learned something just now about flowers. So, just for the continuation of our flower quiz today, it's going to be a double question. So what color is a devil's thorn? I'm sure many of you are familiar with a devil's thorn. And what color is a dainty pavonia? A devil's thorn and a dainty pavonia. Hello, Springbokkies. So if you are just joining us now, you have missed out on some cheetahs so far and some general game, but not to worry, we still have quite a bit of time left for Escape to Nature today. And just for fun, we are busy with a flower quiz today. And the next question I have for all of you is, what color is a devil's thorn and what color is a dainty pavonia? Of course, there are two different colors. I just wanted to show you the spelling as well. I don't want you thinking I said dainty rivonia, which is of course where our headquarters are. A dainty pavonia. So what are the two colors of those beautiful flowers? And as I say, there's a reason behind this, because I discovered something here in Okukoyo which I'm very excited to share with all of you. And perhaps many of you have known this, but I have learned something new today, so I would say my mission is accomplished. Good morning, Springbokkies. And of course, a flagship species to this location specifically, but to this sort of biome where you have dry and hot temperatures, where there's not a lot of trees around. Of course, springbok are often found in arid and dry areas. And that is also, well, human hypotheses and human logic tells us that is why they have the white faces, is actually to help them with the temperature regulation. Just like we see the oryxes as well, they have a lot of white markings on their faces as well. Whereas, of course, when you are a very dark animal, you are going to be having a different structure when it comes to cooling off and cooling down. And of course, when we look at these antelope, both the male and the female have horns, as well as the oryx. As I said, those are two flagship species to this sort of area that you'll find open, arid. And again, there can be so many reasons for why some animals have horns, some animals don't have horns. It's all just according to our human speculation and interpretation of these animals. But it definitely makes sense, specifically for the springbok and the gemsbok, or the oryx as we call them, because they are in very, very open areas. Thus, the male, of course, defends himself against other males, but a female would have to defend her baby. So that is why she will also have horns. James, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know, can evergreen plants grow in a dry place like Ukukuyo? Yes, believe it or not. So of course, plants are are like animals pretty much. They do adapt and acclimate to their area. But yes, definitely. And of course, even though Ukokoyo seems like a very dry area for the animals and the plants, and I almost wanted to say unbearable, but of course, the animals and the plants don't mind it. But there is a lot of nutrients and minerals in the soil. So in terms of geology, that does help the vegetation, which again, we often speak about this, but that again will determine the herbivores, which determines the carnivores, etc., etc., etc. But definitely, a lot of your acacia plants that are evergreen are found here in Okokoyo. And we often chat about this, but it's really strange that animals are in fact able to adapt and survive here, specifically at this waterhole. I mean, there's not a lot of shade around, and the animals still make it work. But I definitely, as I said, it's going to be one of two things as soon as there's been proper rainfall, because of course you can see there's a little bit of greenery coming out on the soil. But one of two things is going to happen. The animals are either going to vanish because they will no longer be restricted to this water area, or they will just completely, flourish everywhere and be active everywhere in and around the waterhole because of the grass, because of the flowers that will potentially also be sprouting. So I am very excited to be having this conversation in the next month or so again, to see, how this location has transformed, what the rain has done, not only for the plants and the vegetation, but for the animals as well, and how much this water will actually, or this water hole will actually fill up. Quickly just want to see if I can find our Egyptian geese again. I did spot them earlier on. But of course, they move in and around the water hole. They have not been for a lot of swimming lessons with the little ones. But of course, they will slowly but surely make them comfortable now. Darcy Miller, good morning, and as always, thank you for joining us. You are saying the Devil's Thorn is pink to mauve and Dainty Pavonia is yellow. You are correct, yes. I actually like the word Dainty Pavonia. I think it sounds like something you would call someone dramatic. Stop being a Dainty Pavonia. But I will show you in just a little bit, of course, as soon as I come over to the Egyptian geese. I will show you in just a little bit why I asked that question, because I learned something new today. And I don't know who of you have been following the 3-day journey of these tiny ones, but for me personally, they have already grown a little bit already. I know that sounds really ridiculous, but of course we know with Egyptian geese, with lapwings, even with impala, zebras, wildebeest, they tend to grow fairly fast. If you can become food at any time, you know, it's a good thing if you can defend yourself from an early age already. And even with regards to the parents, I have to say, just in monitoring them from the day before yesterday, in the past 2.5, 3 days, you can really see a difference already with the parents' behaviors as well. Because 2 days ago, they would not let them venture even that far. There would always be an adult right on their heels, making sure they are okay and safe. But you can see the tiny ones are already feeding for themselves, doing their own thing. Little fluff balls. And don't you just find it absolutely incredible, even with the cheetahs that we saw just now with Rolf, even when they are sleeping, you know, they are all lying in a different position so they can all keep an eye out for each other. It's the same when they are on a kill as well, always keeping an eye out. But with these Egyptian geese now as well, you can see the one parent is constantly feeding and then the other will keep an eye out, and then they sort of switch roles again. And again, that every single day, that just makes me wonder, do they do this consciously? Is it a decision they are making, or is it just sort of instinctively? Is it something they are taught? Because all animals do this. Lions, zebras, rhinos. Yesterday we saw with Rolf. Was it with Rolf or Nick? I think it was with Nick that we saw the rhinos. They all got up immediately, but all of them were facing in different directions. And that, of course, is just to keep each other safe, to keep an eye out, make sure you can let your buddy know. But here we see this exact behavior with these parents as well. The one is constantly looking around whilst the other one is feeding, then they will swap again. It's really impressive how quickly they can also move, even if they do have to follow the adults. They immediately know, okay, now we're running, now we're going into the water, now we're following mommy. They are literally testing the water now. That one is like, nope, nope, I don't like it, it's cold. There will always be one.
Weekend at the Waterhole is back by popular demand. After all the excitement of the family-filled festive season, what better way to relax and unwind than reclined at the edge of an African waterhole? Come and get your nature fix all day on the 7th and 8th of January. See you there.
And we've got a nice giraffe that's come down towards Scotia Dam. Starting to feel the heat as well. Our two rhino that we had their mud wallow, and they've now moved off. There were a few zebra in the distance, I think, that this giraffe was checking out. You can see we've still got our yellow-billed ducks in the water behind this giraffe. It drops off a little bit just behind where he is, and there is a white stork that's just hiding there, just out of sight. Oh, there you go, the Hoddiedars. They gave this giraffe a fright. You can see the other members of the group in the distance there. Egyptian goose and some sacred ibis. Wow, this giraffe is on a mission. Didn't really bother to have much of a drink. Gina, thanks for the question. No, I haven't. Not something that's very common. Remember, because it's so tricky for a giraffe to actually drink, remember they have to kind of splay their legs out and balance really well. They don't tend to go into the water to drink itself. They tend to stay on the edges where they can have a look at the ground. They splay their legs out to the side. They can make sure that they've got some good footing, some sure footing, and then they drink. I don't think I've actually heard of giraffe going and sort of wading into the water anywhere to drink. I'd be very interested to see if anybody's actually seen that. Yeah, you'll see your buffaloes and things kind of wading into the water a bit more than sort of what a giraffe would do. I have seen a huge herd of buffalo. They came down to Waterhole to have a bit of a drink, and it was a pretty small waterhole, and there was actually a hippo that was in the water, and he got surrounded by this huge herd of buffalo. There was not much he could do. He just sat in the water and waited for the buffalo to slake their thirst, and that was that. And then he was done. He was finished. So no, they won't really wade into the water. You can kind of see how hot it is here. I don't know if you can pick up on the slight sort of heat haze looking through the distance here. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for any water monitors or anything like that around the water hole here. Before those giraffe walked off, they were kind of all staring in a direction, but looking down in the grasses. It must have been now 2 or 3 days ago that we saw that water monitor moving along the outskirts of the water. And that's all that I can think that could have possibly got their attention. Because I was looking and looking. I mean, they weren't scanning very far away. It was quite close. And yeah, I'm not too sure what it was. All I can think of is one of those monitors. And I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled. One of the other rangers thinks he could have potentially seen a juvenile bateleur flying around, which is quite a special one for the area. Not a very common bird here at all. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled just to see if there's any signs of a bateleur around here. For the moment, all is quiet and peaceful. I heard of buffalo that we had earlier have kind of moved off a bit. The wind is definitely starting to pick up a bit. But it has been an absolute cooker of a day today here at Kariega. Which is lovely. That's what we want. We want that to draw all the animals to our water holes. Oh, nice and peaceful for our little yellow-billed ducks inside the water here, taking it easy. Haven't seen any cormorants today at the water. Any reed cormorants? It's amazing how a hobby like birding can take you places. I was chatting to one of my friends yesterday who did a specific trip just to try and find a specific bird, a black cuckoo. And so black cuckoos, most people have heard of the rain bird, the Burchell's cuckoo. So it's in the same family, it's just blackish in color, and a lot harder to find than a Burchell's cuckoo. They enjoy sort of very marshy areas, longer stands of grass, and usually when there's quite a lot of water around. So quite a specific habitat, not an easy bird to find. I've only seen black cuckoo twice before. And yeah, this friend of mine went to this whole specific area where there'd been reports of one seen to try and find one, and he got it. But it's amazing how a hobby like birding can take you places. You know, you're trying to find different species, so you've got to try and get to different habitats, because that's really the name of the game if you're wanting to get a lot of different birds. So yeah, he managed to get his cuckoo. I did hear the Burchell's cuckoo calling 2 days ago when we had all of that rain. Remember, we started the morning off and it wasn't raining, and then as we progressed sort of 2-3 hours into the sunrise safari, the rain then started to come down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, in terms of where we are now, in terms of the special birds that we can get here, southern chagra, Knausener woodpecker. No, thanks for the question. My most memorable bird sighting. Sure. So I've got two. I have mentioned before the story of when I was in a tree with crowned eagles. So basically, I was on foot and rhinos had chased me up a tree, and I was taking refuge up in a tree, and there was vervet monkeys all around, and I was watching the monkeys, and the rhinos had kind of calmed down. They realized I wasn't going anywhere, and I was just completely still, and the monkeys were going about their morning business of doing a bit of feeding and whatnot. And I was in a woodland section bordering a sand forest, and a crowned eagle pair started to hunt these monkeys, and the female crowned eagle, being bigger, she swooped down to kind of almost pretend that she was catching these monkeys, but didn't break the canopy. And the male crowned eagle, who was smaller, he broke through that canopy and he grabbed one of these vervet monkeys. It was unreal. There's no video or picture that could have done that justice. It's just etched into my mind. Another amazing sighting that I had, there was a spotted bush snake, or a variable bush snake, it's also known as. My tracker, he managed to spot this snake from, it was crazy. It was like 300 meters off, in a tree, in a knobthorn tree. He stopped. He said he thinks there's a snake in the tree. Pass the binoculars. I passed the binoculars to him, and he said, yeah, there's a snake in the tree. So I had a look, and lo and behold, there was a snake in the tree. And a brown snake eagle, which is obviously renowned for, like its name says, for catching snakes, spotted this snake as well. And we watched this thing. It swooped down and it grabbed this spotted bush snake, and it flew off with it. It caught the snake and it flew off, and it was obviously going to eat him. While he was flying off with the snake, another brown snake eagle, and then a third one, found this initial eagle who had the snake. And a battle then ensued for who's going to get this spotted bush snake. And the original chap who had the snake, another eagle kind of came in flying in, and he had to defend himself. So in the process, he dropped the snake, and they must have been flying sort of 300, 400 meters up or something like that, quite a height in the air. Then the snake is now falling to the ground, and the third eagle comes in and he snatches up the snake, and then the same thing happens with the second eagle, comes back and he steals it from that third eagle. And it was absolutely amazing to watch this whole thing going on. But it was like in a circle. It's not like they were flying off and this was happening 800 meters away. This was happening right in front of us. Shame that poor snake did not stand a chance. So I mean, that was an incredible sighting. Wow, that was unreal. Seeing as I've given you two, maybe I should give you a third. So I did a birding mission up to Magobuskloof. And there's a few rarities in that area as well. Black-fronted bushrack. You got your Cape parrot. If you go to the top of some of the woodbush trails and things like that you get there, you can look for Cape parrot. And another really good one is your orange ground thrush, of which I'd never seen, and that was one of the birds that was on the list that I was hoping to see when we went to Magobuskloof. We were there for 4 days, and we were looking and looking and looking, and we heard this bird calling all the time. You know, it was like my nemesis bird. We'd hear it calling, but we just couldn't spot it. And we'd look all over the place. And then it must have been like day 3, we heard the call of one right next to the path. And we were in this little birding party. And I said, you know, let me just go off the path here. You know, 5 meters, 10 meters. And everyone's like, no, just stay on the path. Let's just wait and see if it gets flushed out and maybe calls from a different place. Let's just wait in the path. I was so eager to find this bird. And initially a pair of orange ground thrushes came out in quite a thickly vegetated forest, but into an open little patch. And that was amazing. The story, probably not as amazing as the first 2, but in terms of going out there and looking for a specific bird and being rewarded with finding that bird, I'll never forget that. So that was a real goodie. That was amazing. I probably should have zoomed in on some birds before I started telling the story, but hey guys, you got the story with a tree talking about some birds. I think my number 1 nemesis bird that's still on my list to get is a Pulse fishing owl. That is at the top of the list. Yeah, and I've done a few trips to different areas to see if I can get the Pulse fishing owl. Still haven't got the bad boy. Okavango Delta in Botswana is definitely going to be a stronghold for those owls. Good spot to go and have a look for them there. Remember, they like slow flowing water, lots of big trees, you know, dense canopy covers to help conceal them. Slaty egret will be another good one to look for if you head up into that area, if anyone's doing a trip there anytime soon. You look for brown firefinch as well, depending upon where you go in the delta. See some Hadidars that got kind of flushed out a little bit there. There goes another one. Oh, and if there's anybody who's just tuned in now, just remember that for the whole of this weekend, across all of our locations, we're going to be focusing on waterholes and the activities around waterholes, whether it's animals and birds or frogs, whatever's happening around and about. So we'll see what we can produce from the different locations. It's quite exciting. So far today we've had our nice herd of buffalo. We've had rhino, obviously the giraffe. So nice smattering so far. Remember a few days ago we did have that pair of ostrich with the 7 little chicks. So I'm keeping my eyes out. I haven't seen the little chicks, but I have just spotted some ostriches. And with the length of the grasses at the moment, it is quite tough to tell if there are any chicks there. They're just going behind that shrub. I mean, it potentially looks about right if they decide to come out, of a male and a female ostrich very close together, kind of walking in unity, if you want to call it that. So those little chicks could be there, just the head of them poking out there. So the chicks could be there. It would be amazing if they came down closer towards us where it's slightly more open, and see if we could get a view of those little chicks. They've got stage fright. These are our 3 giraffe that we had a little bit earlier closer to the waterhole. Micah, they'll definitely sort of bend their necks down to feed, for sure. When you're such a tall animal, they'll definitely bend down. I'll try and see just now if I can zoom in on any trees that you can see that have been cropped by giraffes and things like that. That it's just too tall for kudus and things. But they will definitely bend down. Yeah. They'll feed on a few leaves and then lift their head back up again, chew them, bend down, lift their head back up again. But when they're feeding, they're not going to really bend their legs a whole lot. It's more just sort of bending the neck down. You can see we've got some white storks doing a little bit of feeding here. Beautifully bright red bill there. And you can see why they're called white storks. Just having a look to see if they can manage to spot anything and feed on anything there. Remember, they're mostly looking for little insects to feed on. Caterpillars, locusts, crickets. And then when they get closer to the water, little tadpoles, frogs themselves. Even at this time of the year with our storms and things coming in, and with rising humidity, you often get your termites that start to come out. They'll definitely look to feed on termites. Lots of high quality protein there, lots of fats there as well. There was a blacksmith lapwing that was alarm calling down by the water. Both of them lifted their head to have a little bit of a listen there. And you can see behind them some nice shade there. There have been one or two Inyalas and Impalas and things like that have headed to that little spot to get some shade. Our ostriches have finally come out from behind the bush as well. Keep a close eye and see if we can spot any of the youngsters. Yeah, there we go. There. There's a youngster. There's a little chick. I'm zoomed in all the way here, guys. There's the little chick. Hey, look at that. There's one. Hopefully we see 6 more coming. Awesome. Hey, maybe they're leading them to the shade that we were talking about there. Wow, no more coming there. Okay, there's one. Will be a little bit worrying if it's just one single little chickie that's left, because remember we did see 7 the other day. It's always nice to try and track the progress of little chicks and things like that. It's just a very difficult angle to see from here with all of the little shrubs and things like that and the grasses. So remember, in terms of for those chicks, the parents will now not play any role in providing food for the little chick, or hopefully 7 chicks. That's up to them. So they will lead them around to good areas of feeding. The little chicks will watch the parents and see what they are feeding on. But the parents are not going to physically provide anything to those little small ones. You can see we've got a hardy-dar moving in the foreground. Philip, thanks for the question. Little ostrich chicks, they grow pretty quickly. So over a month they should be growing about 30 centimeters or so. So they're developing really, really quickly. But so obviously by the time they get to about 6 months, they're really quite big. They start to kind of distance themselves a little bit. So it all happens relatively fast. Yeah, I'm hiding behind our shrub again. Remember, ostriches are our largest bird, flightless. Yeah, you can see our storks are still looking for a little something. Wow, that was awesome. Just as we kind of started to chat about ostriches and chicks and things, we got an awesome view there.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So there should be more of a similarity in the diet between our Hardy-Dar ibis and the white stork, having more of a similar shaped bill. Earthworms and insects and crickets and grasshoppers and all those types of things. Whereas remember, for our ostrich, going to be a few leaves and forbs and berries and things like that. Second Hardy-Dar making an appearance. Hello, sir. Fred, thanks for the question. Let's keep up with our stork here. look at something like your sacred ibis, bald ibis, glossy ibis, all part of the same family. So it'll be one of those guys. Shame the stork got stage fright. That ostrich popped around the corner, decided he's going to change direction. Now, while both our white stork and ostrich are looking to see if they can find anything to feed on, let's take you across to Okokoyo with Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. I'm just trying to see if this camera is going to cooperate with us. But that being said, it is a little bit far away, so I don't blame it too much. But remember earlier on, I asked it about the color of a devil's thorn as well as a dainty pavonia. So devil's thorn, of course, you know, the common one that we know is a pink color. And then a dainty pavonia is a yellow flower. Now this one we are looking at, I'm terribly sorry I can't show you up close, but this yellow flower, which I initially thought is a dainty pavonia, is also a devil's thorn. I'm just not sure though if it is the Tribulus terrestris, which again, you know, is commonly known as a devil's thorn, or if it is the Tribulus zahiri. Now, as I say, both of course, you know, do belong to the Tribulus family, but devil thorns are also yellow, which I did not know. I probably should know that, but and I probably did know that, you know, from my former glory years of studying nature guiding. But as I say, if you don't practice something, if you don't often you remind yourself about it, then you do tend to forget it. So we've got a devil's thorn, but a yellow devil's thorn. Which, as I say, is just a pity I can't show you up close. But again, you will see how zoomed in we were now. But to be honest with you, that is the only flower I've been able to find in Okokoyo. And if you are only joining us now on Escape to Nature, we are discussing some flowers. And of course, you know, just in general, observing the different animals we have at our different locations and waterholes. But here in the lovely Okokoyo, it has been rather quiet. So I thought, why not brush up on our flora knowledge. So, next question. What flower does a common sugar bush have? And it sounds like a strange question, but as soon as you research it, it will make sense. What flower does a common sugar bush have? Ryan, good morning. We are still in the morning. You would like to know what is my favorite flower, prettiest flower that I find. Well, this one I'm currently asking about, the common sugar bush. That's got a very pretty flower. And in general, I do relate to those flowers quite often because it makes me think of my brother. But other than that, I have to say I'm not picky when it comes to flowers. I love all flowers. I love the leopard orchid, very fascinating plant, of course. The low-felt cluster leaf tree also has beautiful purple flowers. What else? You are making me work for this now. As I say, I'm not really picky with flowers. I love the devil's thorn, of course. Well, the pink devil's thorn, because of the function they have, of course, making that slimy substance which you can use for a soap. And then what else? Water lilies. I love water lilies. And that again, brings me back to one of my favorite birds, which is an African jacana. They're of course known for walking on the lilies or the water vegetation that you'll find. But I love all flowers. What is your favorite, Ryan? Let me know. No, just look at the family. And I know it sounds really silly, but I can promise you there is a massive change in the parents' behaviors when you compare it today with 2 days ago. 2 days ago, those babies had to be glued to them. They weren't allowed to really venture off on their own. And now they're already walking to preschool by themselves. Swimming time, hopefully. Shame that little grape just wants to be friends with these little ones, but the parents aren't really allowing it yet. Oh, look at the fluffy bums. Oh, I'm just so thrilled that all 6 of them are still safe and all right. And again, it sounds silly because to my knowledge, they are only a couple of days old. So you would think, okay, well, of course they'll be fine. But that is often not the case with Egyptian geese, with lapwings. They can easily get taken out by snakes and other predators and raptors. And you can also see some terrapins on the two rocks that's in the water. You'll see those shine. Ooh, the one just jumped off. Of course, just catching some sun, heating up, making sure they are able to regulate their body temperature. And these parents and their tiny ones are just looking for some seeds now. But I have formerly also seen Egyptian geese feeding on elephant dung, specifically in the summertime. Again, elephants, rhinos, those big animals don't really digest very well. And specifically in the summertime, you know, elephants will also take advantage of so many more fruits, berries, all of that, seeds, you know, and ingest that but not digest it very nicely or very well. And then the geese will, every now and again, they will actually feed on that. But that is not the norm. Please don't get me wrong. That is not the rule of thumb. Again, animals will adapt as they need to. Daniel, good afternoon. You would like to know what are some birds, some flowers. Sorry, I'm focused on the birds. Some flowers we should never be touching in the bush. I mean, for me, the rule of thumb has always been, you know, whenever I find myself on safari in the bush playing with flowers, plants, anything really, always wash your hands after, because remember, you just touching a flower is not necessarily going to be that problematic, as opposed to a piece of that flower potentially breaking off, you touching your eyes, or for some other weird reason ingesting that flower. But your poison apple, it's a beautiful purple flower. It's not one that you would want to mess with. And Daniel, to be honest, there are quite a few. It depends on the area you find yourself in. But as I say, in general, you know, of course, it's any plant you touch in the bush, whether you know for a fact it is not dangerous, you know, to us, it's always very, very good just to wash your hands for in case afterwards. Because there can be some, there can be some confusing species as well. But your milkweed, of course, and again, this is just for ingestion. This is not when you are just touching a plant. But of course, with plants in general, with flowers, with leaves, if you sort of break them open, which I don't suggest, we're not here to break flowers and things, but if you do that and they have a white milky latex or substance, then generally that is also a good indication, as opposed to, a plant just being green on the inside. But again, don't play with plants. There can be some confusing species. But as I say, as long as you just don't eat it, and as long as you wash your hands after, generally for the most part, you will be good. A good rule for us generally as naturalists that we get taught when we are studying is, if you, for instance, open a leaf or the stem of a plant and you rub it on your wrist, if you have not gotten an allergic reaction within 30 minutes, ooh, what was that? Did you see that? I think it was a bee eater. Sorry. If you have not gotten an allergic reaction within 30 minutes, you should be fine. But that being said, again, we all are different, so we are all going to react differently. For me, I'm generally never allergic to anything. And then my mother, on the other hand, is not allergic, but she's got an allergic reaction when it comes to her skin to everything. So just don't play with plants. That's all I'll say. Unless you are 110% sure it is safe to eat, don't play with it. And also, if you're, of course, ever in a survival situation and you feel like eating a butterfly, just don't eat the African monarch butterfly, because, of course, their larvae feed off the milkweed. And so, of course, milkweed is a poisonous plant. Again, poisonous means when we ingest something. Venomous, of course, is like a spider or a snake when you get stung or bitten by something. But poisonous, the milkweed is definitely poisonous. So if you ever feel like venturing out there and trying some new things, please don't eat that, or eat an African monarch butterfly, because both of those are poisonous. Billy Wild Guy, you would like to know, would I ever use Devil's Thorn as shampoo? So, of course, we know that the pink Devil's Thorn, the one with a little pink flower, they can, if you take their leaves and you sort of just add a little bit of water, it creates a very slimy, sticky substance. And yes, I guess I would, because they definitely do help with cleansing your hands, and I'm sure they will with your hair as well. I don't know. I think I'll probably need the whole bushveld to wash my hair, because I've got very long hair. So I think it will take me a while, Billy Wild Guy. But definitely yes. The thing also about the pink Devil's Thorn is it doesn't smell like anything. It's odorless. So it's not like you are smelling like this floral queen when you use it. But it definitely does cleanse your hands or whatever you use it for. But as I say, today we learned that you do not only find the pink Devil's Thorn, but you also get the Tribulus family, which is the yellow Devil's Thorn, which I discovered by browsing for some flowers here in Okokweyo, and found a whole total of 1.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do.
It's basically just a very big open system.
But aren't they pretty?
Thank you for joining us, and have a fantastic morning.
And today, since we are not having all that much activity in terms of the mammals here in Ukukuyo, we are doing a little bit of a flower quiz. So my last question was, what flower does a common sugar bush have? If you know the answer, or in general, if you would just like to ask anything or comment on anything, you are more than welcome to do so. We are, of course, live and interactive. Or, of course, if you've got the answer to the quiz or the question at hand, do send those through. Okay, bye, little ones. Eagle lover, wonderful to hear from you, and thank you so much for your answer. You are correct, yes. It is in fact a protea flower, and that's pretty cool that you have them on your doorstep. I assume then that you live in sort of a high altitude slope or perhaps a rocky ridge area, because that is generally where you'll find the common sugar bush. When I first started guiding, I actually guided in the Waterbergs, which is also known, for the hills and the mountains and the rocky topography that you'll find there. And there we had a lot of protea or common sugar bushes there. But right you are. Oh, I hear. Eagle lover, you are... Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the lovely Sitle. Sitle, you're so cute. So, Eagle lover, I'm told you have them on the Roodekrans Greenbelt. I apologize for giggling. Sitle just pronounced that very adorably. She said the Roodekrans. But that is the beauty about life, We all say and do things differently. But thank you, Eagle lover. That is pretty awesome. And the common sugar bush specifically, so their new leaves are actually a very bright red color from what I remember. And I remember specifically on that reserve I was guiding on, and this was a good 10 years ago, in the Waterbergs, the animals, specifically the eland, loved this bush. But I know in a lot of areas as well where you'll find this bush as well as buffalo. The buffaloes also enjoy the leaves. That is pretty interesting. My apologies. I was going through my flower and tree section now, and I see that it says at the common sugar bush, the roots are also said to have been used for brake blocks on the ox wagons. That was, of course, used by the early settlers. That's pretty fascinating. But of course, a lot of roots of various trees all over Africa are used for different things, various things. The violet tree, for instance, it's got a beautiful violet flower, but it is a highly poisonous tree, the roots of it. So all trees have various uses that can still be used actually to today. I always wonder about that, the people that discovered poisonous butterflies and poisonous plants and flowers and everything. It's rather sad actually if you think about it. How many trial runs were there before they actually discovered, okay, well, this is a no-no. We are not eating this thing anymore. Oh goodness. Camera, work with me. Hi, Ina Mom. Good afternoon. You would like to know, are there any acacia trees in Ukokoyo? Yes, indeed. Most of these trees that we are actually looking at right now, these bushy ones, are acacias. So yes, indeed. And that is also why I am most definitely making a trip to Ukokoyo this year, because I would love to actually go into that tree line and discover, the different tracks and the soil. How does it look? I think you enter Narnia when you enter that tree line, but how does it transform when you actually go in there? And I would love to, study all of the trees and see what other flowers are around. But yes, indeed. And our next question can actually be a very easy one. So I'm sure many of you have seen and heard about the sickle bush on various of our safaris. And they are very famous for the beautiful flowers that they do have in the summertime. But because of this flower, this tree also has a nickname. What is the nickname of this tree, the sickle bush? Someone's in trouble. Or either mom and dad are arguing. But I doubt that is the case. Someone probably got too close to the chicks right now. And while I'm just looking for our Egyptian geese, just a reminder on our fireside chat about Nkanyeni, and that will only be for explorers. And that is happening tonight at 8 p.m. Central African Time to commemorate her beautiful and wonderful life. Because of course, it's with sadness that we've actually discovered about her passing or heard about her passing. And of course, she was a leopardess of note. So please do join us for that tonight. And it will only be for explorers. And that will be happening at 8 p.m. Central African Time. Oh wow, okay. Apparently it is the Blacksmith Lapwing reunion of the year or something's happening. That is very interesting. Parach, Sitle is saying it is a black tie party. Indeed, we'll go with that. That is very interesting. That is by far the most blacksmith lapwings I've ever seen together. Woo! They just keep coming and coming as we scroll along. Perhaps we should do a counting challenge quickly. Let me just see if I can actually... Sitle is afraid of the challenge. She doesn't want to. I guess 40 blacksmith lapwings. FC, what are your guesses? But yes, it is a little bit tricky with them flying in and out, but we'll try. FC is taking way too long to answer this. I think they were already counting them. They're cheating. Sally, you are saying 23 lapwings. All right. We're going to try to count them and then... No! You silly birds. Well, Mel will never know. How funny was that? But this is by far the most blacksmiths, not just in Okukoyo, anywhere, that I've seen together at a waterhole specifically. I don't know if there's a congregation or perhaps a conference that we don't know about. Maybe we didn't get an email. That is super, super interesting. Just as an update, because I know many of you are very loyal Escape to Nature viewers and are probably wondering what is the update on Mashatu. We are just awaiting from our tech team to let us know what is happening, but as I have mentioned, unfortunately there was a severe storm and unfortunately we believe the camera did get a little bit damaged, so we are definitely working on the promise. We are definitely working on the problem and troubleshooting. And of course, we will keep you posted. Believe me, I too am missing my beloved Mashatu. But the camera is still down for now. Hopefully not for long anymore. Hopefully. We are crossing our fingers. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. I feel like we should put bells on them. Bells. Yells, goodness. Yells, bells. Bells on them. Especially with so many around now. Seriously? It's like they know I'm coming to them and then they just take off. Silly birds. Miranda, you would like to know what flowers do herbivores avoid feeding on? So in general, for the most part, herbivores, do know when plants are poisonous. For instance, they won't feed on plants that are poisonous to us as well, for instance. But that being said, I've seen a kudu feeding on a poison apple. Now that, to our knowledge, is a very poisonous flower. But this kudu was just feeding away. I unfortunately did not have the time or the resources to follow it for the next day. But but I take it that kudu was fine. And, of course, animals are very, very tuned in with their senses. So don't tell me how, but they can smell when something is potentially dangerous to them. Even when water is contaminated as well. For the most part, they'll know. Just like lions, for instance, know when something is rotten to the core and they really have no other choice, then they will feed on that. But for the most part, animals are pretty clever when it comes to those things. But Miranda, thank you so much for your question. And if anyone else has any questions about flowers, plants, trees, or even about me or the animals or the locations, please do send those through. But my next question to all of you was, because of the flowers that a sickle bush carries in the summertime, what is their nickname? Because of this flower, it's called something specifically. Oh, and then also just an update on Djuma. My apologies, I forgot about Djuma as well. Of course, those are the 3 dam cameras that I operate. It's Mashatu, Djuma, and Ukukuyo. But Djuma is blowing us away today, and I really hope it dies down before sunset safari. Hopefully it does. But it is just super, super, super windy in Djuma right now. Because I do know that all of you are wondering what's happening at our various water holes. You see, now it's picnic time. Someone probably got too close to the picnic, and that is why they made all of that racket earlier on. Ooh, Springbok, I wouldn't do it. You gon' get slapped. Jerome, you have got an answer. You are saying long puffballs. I like that answer. I think it should actually be changed to that. But no, that is not the nickname for the sicklebush tree because of the flowers it carries. But that is a really good one. I will speak to the people and see if we can change it. If only I knew the people. If any of you know the people, let me know so we can change that to long puffballs. I rather enjoy that. Long puffballs. See, like an Egyptian goose. Or the gosling of them. They should be called fluffy bums. But no. You know, we can't just change everything. Apparently people don't like our suggestions. Sitla, I think you guys are making these things up now. Momo, you are saying fairy pom-pom. Again, very valid for the nickname for a sickle bush or the flowers thereof. Fairy pom-pom, I like that. Long puffballs, fairy pom-poms. You see? They should be coming to all of you for the new names for the books. Oh, the books. The birds, the trees, the flowers. But no, unfortunately, Momo, I apologize. You are incorrect. Dirk, good afternoon. Your answer is Kalahari Christmas tree. Yes, that is definitely one of them. I apologize. I actually forgot there's more than two officially, apart from the fairy pom-pom and long puffballs and whatnot. But yes, you are correct. Kalahari Christmas tree is one of the... I actually forgot about that one. That is one of the nicknames of the sicklebush tree due to the flowers. But there's also another one. Darcy Miller, good afternoon. You are saying the Chinese lantern. Yes. So the sicklebush have these pink and yellow flowers. And they often look like those beautiful Chinese lanterns you will have in street fairs that we often see around. So it is therefore also called the Chinese lantern. Darcy Miller, what do you do for a living? I think I've asked you this before, but it's really... I don't think you've ever gotten any answers wrong. Not just from myself, but from any of the naturalists. You are really, really clued up when it comes to these quizzes and challenges that we put out there. But thank you so much, Darcy Miller, and of course all of you wonderful viewers for always participating. and being such good sports with all of these quizzes and challenges. We really appreciate all of you. And again, I was mentioning about this morning. That's why I was asking the question out, Darcy Miller, are you in the hospitality industry? Are you perhaps in the wildlife industry? And of course, all of you wonderful viewers, what do you do for a living? Because we appreciate all of you, always joining us on Escape to Nature and the different safaris. But how incredible is it that we all do something so different, come from different cultures, different countries, different continents, and we all have one thing in common, and that is our mad love and passion for wildlife that connects us.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
What is that? Oh, it's a springbok. Sorry, just behind this one bush I saw some movement. Aiden, you would like to know if we get impala lilies at Ukokoyo. Ooh, I actually got asked this morning what is my favorite flower or one of the prettiest. That is definitely also one of them. Aiden, to my knowledge, no. You would not find them here in Ukokoyo. And of course, what's very interesting about the impala lilies, again, if you are not familiar with them, please do go research them. It is a beautiful pink flower. And interestingly enough about them, they flower in the winter time, where generally, of course, in summertime and springtime, as we've often seen, that is when a lot of trees and plants will be flourishing. The impala lily is actually in the winter time, and I remember that was one of the biggest fascinations when we had international guests coming to our lodge. Everything else would be super dull and grey and brown, and then you get back to the lodge and it's these beautiful pink flowers, but it's winter time. So thank you, Aiden, for reminding me about the impala lilies. But no. I wonder what that one guinea fowl is going on about. It has been for quite some time now. Sometimes they are just dainty pavonias. I'm using that from now on. That is my word of the day, and that is what I'm calling an animal that is being dramatic. You are being a dainty pavonia. Stop it. But this one has been going on for quite some time now. Ooh, I know what our next question can be for the flora theme. What tree is known as the upside down tree in Africa? If that's a bit too vague, let me know and I will give you another clue. People often refer to this tree as well as the tree of life. But what tree is known as the upside down tree? Just bear with me, I just want to have a look. Earlier on I did have it seemed like a mating pair of eagles. Unfortunately they were two behind the actual branches of the tree. And I'm not too sure if it was brown snake eagles or Wahlbergs. As I said, it was a little bit tricky with a camera to actually get to them. And because of the branches as well. But they are not around anymore. Rachel B, and I believe a lot of our other viewers, you guys are way too clever. All of you got this correct. The upside down tree in Africa is the African baobab. And that is purely because they've got these huge branches that literally looks like roots. And people often tend to refer to them as the upside down tree, also because it is not an evergreen. So they do shed their leaves. Of course, a lot of trees do that when it is not rain season, so they can just store those little bit of nutrients. But then people tend to say, okay, well, it must be upside down, because literally the branches look like actual roots. And of course, the bark is also often traditionally used in a lot of cultures, but also, you know, for field guides. I know a lot of people use it to make rope, to weave mats or carpets, as you would call it. I personally haven't tried that. But I know it is a very, very cool thing to use for those sort of things, especially rope. We have actually tested it before and made a tow rope for an actual safari vehicle, and believe me, it works. These tiny ones. Picnic is over. It really looks like the parents sort of take them on a picnic and then take them to school and then take them on a little field trip. But of course, speaking about back to school, from the 23rd to the 27th of January, Wild Earth are doing a back to school, and we're looking for schools to partake in this. So please, we invite classes from schools worldwide. This is not just for South Africa schools, South African schools. It is for schools worldwide. Please, please, please join us for the first hour of the Sunset Safari of any day of this week. So if you're a teacher or you know of any teachers, please head to wildearth.tv/kids to book your class on a virtual safari in Africa. And please do this as soon as possible, because there are only a few slots available. Yesterday I literally had to restrain myself from telling my sister about this, because she's also a teacher. But this will be happening the 23rd to the 27th of January. And again, you can go to wildearth.tv/kids to book your slot. Like these little chickadees, they are going back to school one of these days. They're actually in school right now. Still have to get their street smarts and learn about everything. And while we are checking out these little chickadees, I'm just looking for our next quiz or our next question about flowers. And as I said yesterday, I just completely realized how much knowledge, not that I've lost, but you sort of get so out of touch with things when you don't practice it on the daily. And yesterday I realized, flower knowledge needs some work again. And I thought, let us do a little bit of a quiz or a challenge today on the different flowers that we can find. Some of them common, some of them not so common. Today I've learnt you get various devil's thorn. Of course, we always just refer to the pink devil's thorn, that is the soapy substance that we often see on safari in Djuma. But today we actually saw a yellow devil's thorn here in Okokoyo. Janet Planet, I believe it was. Very interesting name. You would like to know, are the fruits on the baobab tree edible? They are, yes. And it's actually very nice. So yes, they are edible. Again, as I say, with any fruits or flowers or anything that we are really experiencing with in nature, always just make sure first, because we all have different bodies. We all react differently to certain things. My mom, for instance, did not think I was funny when I gave her the leaves of a silver cluster leaf tree, which, of course, we always think that's funny because it numbs your mouth. My mom nearly threw up just because she's so sensitive. But yes, in general, the fruits of the baobab are edible. Yes, Janet Planet. Very interesting name you have there. Sitla, I think you have to choose a color for us so I can pick our next flower. My apologies if you do hear some people around. Of course, we are just in front of a campsite. So our apologies if you do hear some people. It is not the voices in my head. They do exist, but you won't be able to hear them. Ooh, I've got one. I will just wait a little bit and then I will give the next one. But just so you know, the color that Sitle has chosen is a white flower. And of course here we can, every single day, we can see a little bit more of this actual inflow. Which means we are now desperately coming to a point where we need water and sufficient rainfall here in Okokoyo. So our next flower is a white flower. And for me personally, I've seen them a couple of times on safari in the Bushveld, but it is not something that you will see around every single corner. So this next one is called a white mushroom flower, or they are also called the handkerchief flowers. But what is their scientific or their Latin name? The white mushroom flower or handkerchief flower, what is their scientific name? And just like anything, well, I shouldn't say everything, just like most things, there's a reason, there's method to the madness when it comes to the naming of them. Some animals and plants and trees and everything, I have to say, I sort of do not understand at all when you look at their Latin names. But this one, for the most part, makes sense. Springbokkie, goodness, these animals are really not doing what they generally do. I thought, today it would be normalizing a little bit more, but not at all. Generally, if the springbok do come around, they sort of stick around for a good half an hour. But again, that just reminds us that we should never put animals in a box. They're all going to do what they are going to do, and every day is going to be different. Whether it's due to their health or their current condition or the weather conditions, whatever is going on around them. Alrighty, it is still very windy in Djuma, but we are going to go over to Djuma to see what is happening at Gowrie Dam. My apologies. Djuma is again giving us the shaky shakes because of the wind. It is getting rather severe out there, so we won't be able to go over now. So we'll just keep checking Ukokoyo and hope for some elephants. I mean, I'm not getting picky now, but I've gone 3 days now without elephants, and if you know me at all, you would know that is a lifetime for me. So hopefully we'll see some elephants here in Okokoyo soon. Of course, remember we are live, and I would love to hear from all of you. Remember, at the end of the day, this is your safari, so you customize it. You tell me what you want to chat about, what you would like me to look for or try and summon here in Okokoyo, because apparently the animals have just vanished. But hopefully they'll return very soon. But as I say, maybe it's due to the water level at the waterhole, but still, you know, that sort of begs the question, but where else are they going for water then? So there might potentially be some other puddles that they are finding in the bush now. But we desperately need some rain here at this waterhole. Although the Egyptian geese don't seem to mind it, they are still fine with it. He looks like he's going to preach to the congregation now. Valeria, you've got an answer as to what the scientific name for a white mushroom flower or a handkerchief flower is. It is not Agaricus bisporus, unfortunately. But good guess. But that is not the scientific name, unfortunately. But keep guessing. I know one of you will get it right. And again, just as always, you know, I just threw a curveball in, because all of you are always getting the correct answer. So I thought, let us try this one. I think I can... I don't know if I should do this to all of you. I can give you a clue. So it'll be a little bit of a riddle, and the scientific name will actually be in the whole description and the riddle. So as I said, it's known as the white mushroom flower or the handkerchief flower, and it's part of the ink plant family. The generic name, Cycnium, is derived from the Latin cygnus, meaning a swan, probably because of the long hairy corolla tube of this flower, resembling a swan's neck. Adonans means to resemble the genus Adonis. It is a spreading semi-parasitic plant which can be found in rocky places, usually after fire, and it is found all throughout the bushveld. So hopefully that helped. I don't know if it did. As I said, it becomes really complicated when we start to delve into the scientific names of plants. But definitely a good reminder for myself today. I've realized how out of touch I am with my flower knowledge. Dirk, you are saying the white mushroom flower or the handkerchief flower is I can never pronounce these things. Leucocoprinus birnbaumi. Apologies if I said that incorrectly. I do not speak Latin for a living, but good guess, Dirk, but no, it is not. It is not the scientific name of the white mushroom flower, or it's also referred to as the handkerchief flower. I will again give you the riddle or the description for it, and the Latin name is actually in that. So I hope everyone's ready. This plant that is known as the white mushroom flower or the handkerchief flower is part of the ink plant family. The generic name Cycnium is derived from Latin cygnus, meaning a swan, probably because of the long hairy corolla tube of this flower, resembling a swan's neck. Adonans means to resemble the genus Adonis. It is spreading semi-parasitic plants which can be found in rocky places, usually after fire, and it is found all throughout the bushveld. So I hope somewhere in there you picked up on the on the Latin, hopefully. But gosh, yes, no wonder we never talk about these things. It sounds like you were swearing at someone. Oh my goodness, how would you even say that? There's another flower here that's known as the resurrection plant, but the Latin name is Myrothamnus flabellifolius. And I promise I did not make that up. That is an actual scientific name. But I'm just waiting for you guys to let me know what the handkerchief flower's Latin name is. Or the white mushroom flower. Whilst we wait for the animals. And I can, after we've looked at these beautiful springbok drinking, I will try to show you our yellow devil's thorn that we saw in Ukokoyo today. Jason, you are saying the handkerchief flower is Davidia involucrata. I don't. Tadiwa, did you make that up now, or what's it? No, that is also not the. I now am realizing more and more why I've lost touch with all of the scientific names of the flowers. Because who talks like that? It's confusing. Literally sounds like you are swearing at someone. But no, that is not the answer. I'm sure one of you will get it now. And you know what I love about this one specifically now is it is literally causing everyone to jump on their phone or their laptop or computer or whatever it is that you are using and researching this. And as soon as you don't find the answer, you keep researching it. That is actually how I stumbled upon the yellow devil's thorn today. Because I just kept looking and looking and looking, and then the more I actually researched about yellow flowers and the distribution of them in Okokoyo and Namibia, the more I actually learned. So I'm glad I gave you guys a bit of a head scratcher. And I am now realizing why it is so difficult. I've also now researched this flower, and yes, that is not at all what it is. It is what it is, but I mean, you have to really delve into it. I finally got to the answer on the web. But yeah, no wonder you guys are struggling with this one. Okay, I'm going to read the description again. And then hopefully, or let me just wait for one more answer. Hopefully you guys get it. I have faith in you. And I do want to apologize to everyone. I'm literally now. It's very plain and forward and straightforward in my actual flower book. But our friend Google is not making it so simple, I see. Time for a swim. Okay, I think what I will do is I'm going to anagram the scientific name for. I'm being very evil now. I will, sorry if that was very loud in your ear. I will anagram the scientific name of this flower for you, and then hopefully that helps. So just give me a second. Ooh, that is a good anagram. This will probably stump you even more. Just give me a second, then I'll give you the anagram. If you have just joined us on Escape to Nature and you are probably wondering, what is this woman talking about now? Today we are chatting a bit about flowers and the different plants and trees, but mostly flowers that we find all year round, or not all year, all summer round. But apparently I've stumped everybody, including FC. So, what is the scientific name of a white mushroom flower or a handkerchief flower? The anagram of the scientific name is Comedes uncanny. Comedes uncanny. I apologize. I realize I'm very evil. And again, just as a clue, as I said, the plant's known as a white mushroom flower or a handkerchief flower. It's part of the ink plant family, and the generic name Cycnium is derived from the Latin cygnus, meaning a swan, probably because of the long hairy corolla tube of this flower resembling a swan's neck. Adornans means to resemble the genus Adornus. It is spreading semi-parasitic. It is a spreading semi-parasitic plant which can be found in rocky places, usually after fire, and it is found throughout the whole bushveld. What is this plant or this flower?
Another sun has set here at Wild Earth.
In Kanyeni, one of our leopards has sadly passed on.
Join me, Tess,
And me, Taylor, on the 7th of January.
for a fireside chat to commemorate her life and celebrate her proud legacy.
Here's to you in Kanyeni.
Hey guys. Sorry, I just wanted to come say congratulations with your new little ones. But I won't bother you. It's an interesting concept when you really start to look at these animals. It's all about dominance and submission. That springbok is way bigger than the Egyptian geese. But just because of the attitude they had and the can-do, they were able to get him away. I think that's definitely something we can learn from animals. Confidence is key. Just like a honey badger or the banded mongoose. All mongoose for that matter. It does not matter what size you are, how small you are, how shy you are. If you are confident, you can definitely do it. Oh, just want to grab one of them and put it in my pocket. Speaking of flowers, I just want to see if I can show you the yellow devil's thorn that we saw today. And I apologize, we won't be able to see it as nicely because it is a little bit far away and well hidden and very tiny. Magnifying glass, imagination, there you go. You'll see just off center to our left. I apologize, I'll zoom out now so we don't have the shaky shakes. But you'll see a tiny yellow speck just above the log. Those are actually... Sorry, I thought I saw something in the log. Got very excited there for a moment. It's not a snake. Those are actually the yellow devil's thorn. Very, very fascinating. I did not know that. I probably did, but because we are so used to, focusing on the everyday things that we see, I probably completely forgot that you actually do find a yellow devil's thorn as well. I have to say, now that I'm looking at it, I'm pretty impressed that I actually saw it initially. Because it's really well hidden behind that. But this devil's thorn is part of the Tribulus family. And in our whole quest on flowers today, that is the only flower I found in Okokoyo. I have seen the pink devil's thorn as well in Djuma, but Djuma is blowing us away. Not figuratively, but literally. It is very, very windy in the Sabi sand. NJ Beach Bunny. That is a super cool name. You are saying the answer is Cycnium adonans. Yes, indeed. We just need a C, but it is in fact Cycnium adonans. And that is the scientific name for a white mushroom flower. So now jump on Google and then research Cycnium adonans and it will take you to that pretty flower. You see, Sitle, you created a whole portal here just by choosing a white flower. But as I mentioned earlier on, of course, you know, it is also known as the handkerchief flower or the white mushroom flower. So Cycnium, the first part of the Latin name, is derived from Latin cygnus, which means a swan. And, you know, according to people, that most probably is because of the long hairy corolla tube that this flower has, which resembles the neck of a swan. And then the second part, adonans, means to resemble the genus Adonis. And that, my beautiful people, is the white mushroom flower, or the handkerchief flower. But thank you all so much for your answers. I've had quite the giggle, but I have to say, especially from FC, I think they were all busy scratching their heads. So as always, thank you so much for playing along. You see, we are learning. Learning, refreshing. Perhaps we shall do an easy one again. We'll just browse around, but I will do an easy one next, I promise. I think that is the longest we've ever taken with any of our quizzes. With the anagrams, with the ethology quiz, everything. But again, it's interesting, you know, just to sort of refresh ourselves, refresh our knowledge, and of course learn new things. I'm sure many of you did not know what the white mushroom flower is, especially after researching it. Jeez, there's some strange things out there to find on the web. But if you now have researched the scientific name, I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's a very beautiful flower.
Lei ti dice sorridi, stare così. Pasquale invece quando tu lo è meglio che stai qua, io ti tiro così. Pasquale quando ti tira le foto le taglia. Chiara invece questo qua così? Sì. Le gay? Aspetta, la fai una foto con me?
The mango is very close to it, like face to face. If you had the phone,
Wait, aspetta.
she was crying, and when she saw the animal, she stopped to cry.
Ok, ora dico le zone. Vedi pure tu che ce la fai così.
No, she screams at the sun. I had to wash it. No, tocco solo il piano.
Oppure qua, vuoi vedere qua? Yeah, I know how to take pictures.
You know?
Very well. You're professional. They give you the photo? They gave you the key?
Huh?
What is it?
Ooh, I've got the next one. Jeez. Again, a common one, but I've completely forgotten about this flower. What color is a pretty lady? And yes, it's really the name of a flower. I'm not talking about myself. No, I'm kidding. What color is the flower pretty lady? And this flower is actually, again, in a lot of African cultures, it is traditionally used as an ingredient for love potions. I can't believe I forgot about this flower. That's very interesting. I actually, when I just started guiding, one of my colleagues literally had his qualification in the specialization of flowers, because of course as naturalists you have the basic intro level, which was formerly known as level 1. Then you can go level 2, level 3, etc, etc, but you can also specialize in something. But that is not just deciding I like flowers and I'm now going to be a specialist. You have so many exams, you have so many practical exams and tests to actually pass. And this guy, his name was Albert, he literally had his qualification in flower specialization. You could literally ask him about any flower and he would be able to tell you on the spot.
Okay. No one is taking time. Non diventa troppo caldo. No. Chiara, wow! Can you get a photo? Okay, then you want my glasses? Come. Questo è nuovo. Tenete che c'è chiaro? Guarda, ritorna, vai. Vai, che vai. Vai, vai, vai. Allora, papà. Allora, papà. Andiamo. Io torno qua alle 4. We will go wait for you. What number?
Ooh, I just want to see something. Not too sure if it's my imagination. Hopefully not. Oh man. If you look just off center, off to the right, I thought that might be an elephant that's actually busy browsing. But it is not. Of course, we do find elephants here in Ukukoyo. Rhinos, lions, leopards apparently. But we see the elephants quite often, I have to say. But of course, you know, we've had a very quiet stint these last few days. And I'm not sure if that is weather related. Of course, you know, I'm not constantly with the animals and I don't know what's happening in their minds. So I don't know what the reason is, but it has been fairly quiet in terms of the animal sightings or the mammal sightings here. But we definitely do have elephant sightings often. Today and yesterday and the day before has just been the exception. But hopefully they return one of these days. I'm definitely due for some elephants.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Morgan, good afternoon. Oh, I'm just busy getting lost in these beautiful scenes. You would like to know what flower has the worst scent in the bush? Jeez. For me personally, I mean, again, this is up to everyone's discretion. Everyone is going to have their own opinion. But for me personally, a silver cluster leaf tree. Of course, you know, they are pollinated by flies. And I'm sure you've heard this many a times, but they literally smell like stinky feet, or I don't even know how to describe it. But the flowers, yes. Not a great smell. At all. I'm just trying to think now if there's anything else. It is actually just so peaceful. And sometimes it's so important just to take a moment of silence and listen to all of the birds and everything around. Because if you really, even if it's just for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 20 minutes, if you really just listen, you know, you can start to, I know Steve often does this on Drive as well, you can really start to identify all of the different bird calls, and literally everything that is actually going on in and around this beautiful waterhole. I just wish we could smell everything. SK47, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know what's the meaning of the word Ukokoyo. Ukokoyo, of course, you know, the location we currently find ourselves in the beautiful Namibia. So if you were to go research that right now, it is going to tell you it means elephants bathing, which is not incorrect. That is also one of the meanings. But it also means the place where the woman gives birth every year. And it's actually a Wambu word in the Oshiwambu language. So elephants bathing, I promise you, that is what will come up when you go research it now. But that is one of the answers. But originally it actually came from, as I say, the Oshiwambu language, which means a woman, the place where a woman gives birth every single year. Very interesting when you start to delve into. I have to say, that is one thing I'm truly grateful for, living in South Africa, but living on the continent Africa as well. We are so rich in our cultures and the diversity thereof. Everything literally has a meaning. I remember my former reserve I also worked on. I'm not going to say the name, obviously, but it was in the Greater Kruger, and the name actually was due to the chief that lived here. Lived there, I think a good 50 years ago or something like that. And the name of the reserve today was actually the chief's name. So a lot of traditional meanings everywhere still to this current day. And Okokoyo, of course, coming from originally derived from the Oshiwambu language. But it does also refer to the place where elephants like to bath, which does not seem the case nowadays. As I say, we have not seen some elephants in quite some time. So it would be lovely if they can make that the name again. Place where the elephants like to bath. Sina, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know, how adaptive are the antelopes to the desert heat in Ukukoyo? Believe it or not, very. Not just the antelope, but all of the animals. Remember, we've got lions here coming to this specific waterhole, but of course in this region, elephants, rhinos, but specifically something like the springbok. The springbok and the oryxes, those antelope are specifically, flagship species of areas like the desert, like here in Ukukoyo that we see these rocky areas and very open and arid areas. And they are generally found in very hot and humid areas like this. The springbok specifically, they've got white faces, which actually helps with temperature regulation. I used to call them the spookbokkies when I was little, the ghost antelope. And the white, as I say, the white on their faces actually helps with temperature regulation, as opposed to having black on their faces or being a very dark animal. They would not generally do that well. But that being said, of course, we do have zebras here, wildebeests, and it really just goes to show how well acclimated animals are and how quickly they adapt to their environment. I speak about this often on Escape to Nature, but of course, as soon as animals are brought into this world, they don't have a nurse asking them, "Hi, sweetie, where would you like to go?" It's just you are put there and you have to learn to survive. So with the springbok, white faces, the oryxes as well. The oryxes have more black on their faces though. But the oryx antelope has a special set of veins in their nasal region, which is called the carotid rete, which helps with their temperature regulation and blood circulation to actually help them, from overheating or prevent overheating and brain damage. But specifically these animals, the springbok, the oryx, you will almost always find them in areas like this. Even the Kalahari, which is of course the desert in southern Africa. But no, the animals make do. Even something like lions, if you think about it. The last place I would want to be as a lion is here. For so many reasons. For the heat, the humidity, the rocks. I mean, who would want to hunt on these rocks? And yet they do. They do survive here. They are found here. They are seen here. We've had quite a few lion sightings on this dam camera specifically. So it just goes to show how resilient and incredible animals are. wonderful. Apparently Rolf and BK has found their cheetahs again. So I'm going to send you over to them, and of course I will keep monitoring our water holes.
Well, we left the cheetah a little bit just to go and wander around, and when we returned, they had moved. So that's always the case. You need to be a little bit careful with cheetah because they're not always just going to stay in one spot like you might do with lions. You can leave them, especially in the midday, and you can rest assured that they're going to be where they were when you return. Not the case, however, with cheetah. So we had to do a little bit of tracking, driving around and seeing if we could find them. And luckily, we actually drove past them twice. And when we came past the third time, BK noticed something out of the corner of his eye. I was looking in the opposite direction, and it was just a head that lifted up and an ear shake. So, well done, BK. Team effort. Yep. That's exactly what was noticed, that little ear flick. So there they are, back in the shade. We were hoping we'd find them on a kill, but not to be for now. Maybe they're going to do it this afternoon later as it cools off a little bit. It's imminent. They have to hunt. They have to eat. They're getting rather skinny and their energy levels will be dropping. So, as I say, eventually they sort of cross that line where they don't have enough energy anymore to hunt, and then they're not efficient anymore, and they can actually literally start to get to a point where it's dangerous levels of no calories, and they can actually die. So I'm hoping the best for these three. They need to get some food. But rest is also important, so rest up, and maybe this afternoon they can give it a big go. So Janelle, it's generally, and I say generally, it can be for multiple different factors, but generally the biggest one would be a female that they would want to mate with, and that would then result in them maybe fighting for the mating rights, and that could result in a split. Sometimes, however, they just establish dominance between them, and the other two would accept that. And I have a feeling that within this group, if there was a female that they could mate with, the one with the collar on, I think, is going to be the dominant of the three. And I think those other two would likely accept that. So it would then take on the mating rights, and it would probably rejoin. But you never know what's going to happen. For the time being, they just need to strengthen this bond, continue on what they're doing. Eventually they're going to come right with the hunting, and they're going to get better and better at it, and the bond will grow stronger and stronger, and they'll become then a formidable unit. But they need to get over this initial period. They're still young, they're inexperienced, and they've got lots to learn. It's quite similar to that of male lions when they first go out on their own. You know, it's that baptism of fire. They need to start hunting on their own, whereas previously they had the security of the pride, and once they leave, they need to do all of that by themselves. If they pass that test, it makes real strong individuals out of them. And the same is the case with these cheetah. This is going to really initiate them into a real strong unit, and as individuals. Both happens at the same time. So it's like an initiation cycle that they need to go through, and it will make better individuals out of them. There's something startled them. I think it was just a branch rubbing against another branch in the tree, but it seemed to startle them. The wind is picking up, so a few more noises around. When you are this close to the coast, wind is part and parcel of our daily routine. We get used to the wind in these parts, as opposed to, further north and inland. You have those middays where it can be absolutely still, and late afternoon as well. Normally just around sunrise, sunset, that you have a bit of wind as you have the changing of pressures and temperature. But here in the Eastern Cape, close to the coast, we generally have wind every day. So a windless day is quite unusual, and we really appreciate it when we do have it. But in general, we live with the wind. And Gqeberha, Port Elizabeth, not far from here, the big city, is also called the Windy City, and for good reason. It's the Cape Doctor that we get blowing here, especially that very strong southeaster. We call it the Cape Doctor because it blows all pollution, everything dirty away. So quite inactive for now, but like I say, you never know if they're going to get up any moment. I was expecting to find them back in the same position, but they've moved probably 300-400 meters. And they've also changed of side of the bush. They were on the, what was it? That would have been on the western side. They've now changed to the eastern side because they were a bit uncomfortable in the sun. So that's what I thought, that they would have come to change of side and get a bit of shade. And that's exactly what they've done. But cheetah stakeouts are the best. Sinek, nice to have you on board again. Yeah, I've seen cheetah fighting on numerous occasions, and sometimes, I've also seen like a coalition of males with another male, young male as well, wanting to sort of join with them. And the bond that was created with the initial coalition was too strong, and they didn't want to allow another individual into the group, which would have made them even stronger. But yeah, that's where they can fight. And as I say, around mating rights. So seen it quite a bit. There's lots of hissing and spitting and sort of hitting the ground. It's quite similar when you get into close proximity to cheetah on foot. I've had that many times as well. I was involved on Karongwe Game Reserve where they were doing a research study on 3 male coalition. They had them in a boma. They put them in the boma to put collars on them, etc. And then they asked me to come in as a trails ranger just to assist the researchers as they released the cheetah, and then we follow them. And what the researchers were doing was actually collecting urine and feces or scat samples as they continued on, and also then watching what they were killing. So we followed them for a couple of weeks. We watched them hunting different animals. They killed impala, they killed some steenbok, duiker, animals like that. And then every time they sprayed on a tree or whatever, we had to run up quickly behind them, and we had these small little glass test tubes that they just quickly took some of the urine samples, and then obviously when they defecated, we'd take some of that. And it was just, I'm not exactly sure what they were doing with the urine samples, but also just checking on the defecations, what food that they had been eating in the times that we hadn't been with them, etc. I think it was mostly around DNA. But the one time we had left them in the evening and we were trying to relocate them in the morning, they had their radio collars, so the researchers had their telemetry with them, and we had very close signal, and I was walking in front with the rifle because I was their security, and we could, with the beeps, we could tell that these animals, or the cheetah, were very close. And I only realized how close when I heard a hiss and a spit and a slap on the ground right next to my foot. We nearly walked right on top of them, and they let me know that I nearly was going to step on them. But that's how incredibly camouflaged they are. And that's when I also realized the kind of reaction that they'll have to you on foot when they are reasonably habituated to humans. I prefer when they're not so habituated, because then they'll obviously give you a wide berth and they'll run away a lot earlier. But they allowed us right into their space and only told me when I was nearly about to step on them. But yeah. But it was fascinating to walk with them, stay in close proximity on foot and watching them hunting, etc. It's just something very different to when you're on vehicle and you view these animals. On foot really puts you into perspective of the kind of environment that they live in and the real situations that they get themselves into without the safety of a vehicle. And it's those spots that really help them blend into the environment. Yeah, it's quite green year-round, but generally also, you know, in different parts of the country, you get that very brown color to the grass, and that's when they really blend in extremely well. And those spots really make to break up the outline of their body and really sets them in as a part of the ground and the grass, almost becoming invisible. Similar with leopards. And it goes without saying, even these ones where the grass is green and they're a slightly different color, we drove past them twice, and it took for them to do exactly what that one's done now, lift its head and have a look at us, and then BK spotted it. So Betty, yeah, that's the age-old question. What are those black lines on their face, as we call the tear marks? It distinguishes them from the other cats, and they do believe that that's an evolutionary trait that they have taken on that assists to alleviate, I wouldn't say nullify, but alleviate the glare, because they do have to hunt during the day, especially in high concentration predator areas, with bigger predators especially. So they try to avoid those bigger predators by hunting during the day when the rest of them are being lethargic, lying under the trees as these are right now. But so they're trying to avoid those, so hunting during the day. And with those black lines, it's a bit of natural sunglasses or dimmers, and just alleviates the glare. They've got really big eyes, they've got binocular vision, and you can believe that, you know, I struggle really badly with the sun. If I don't have a kind of dimmers or shades on, or sunglasses, I really struggle with the glare, and I can really feel what the cheetah would feel if they didn't have that. They've got big eyes, they have that binocular vision, but hunting during the day, especially in times when it's very hot, etc., and you've got maybe some light-colored soil. In Etosha, it is blinding. It's almost like walking in the snow without shades. If you've ever been to Etosha, you'll understand what I mean. It's that calcrete soil. It's the color of snow. It's almost pure white, and it's terrible if you don't have sunglasses on. So there in those parts, there's a lot of cheetah that inhabit Etosha, and without that black line, I think it would be incredibly tough for them, especially with the glare. So that just assists in absorbing quite a bit of that glare naturally, and then helping the big eyes to be able to use their binocular vision without that glare that would hamper them. So it's all about the light that they believe that black line is for. So like what you see with lions, etc., it's very clear with lions how they've got those white marks above and below the eyes. Well, the cheetah have got black to absorb light, but they do also have a little bit of white that I think it assists them in actually being night or day time hunters. So they had a little bit of adaptation for hunting in both scenarios, but more so during the day. And that's why, I'm sticking with these three, because they really need to hunt. So it's worth our while to hang around with them, because I think that we've got the best chance that we'd ever have of actually getting a live kill. Because when they move, they're going to be wanting to hunt if it's not too hot. So just a bit of head movement every now and then when the wind blows something that they get a bit concerned about. But other than that, they are pretty sleepy. So, thinking man, you're doing exactly that, aren't you? Well, thanks for thinking and asking questions. That's wonderful. Thanks for jumping on board. Yes, the lions will pose a threat. I don't think these cheetah have come across the lions. And for now, luckily, they're also staying on pretty much the opposite side of the reserve. They're right up in the west, whereas the lions are right down in the east, down in the Bushman's River Basin. The one female is with 4 cubs, and the male and another female is with the female with the cubs. So they seem to be staying in a particular area for now, and they haven't really ventured out this side in quite a long time. So I'm hoping that these cheetah sort of keep that avoidance going, because if the male comes across them, he could actually start to pursue them and eventually catch them unawares, like sleeping under a bush like this, and we could have some fatalities. So the best thing for cheetah to do is avoid the lions at all costs. And so I'm hoping that's exactly what they do, and stay on entirely the other side of the reserve. I'm sure in their wanderings they would have smelt that there are lions around, and so that would have been a concern for them, and hopefully that's what's keeping them on this side. I just hope that they don't go venturing looking for food down closer to where the lions are, because that would be very bad news for them. Anyway, for now, all's well, and they're far away. So yeah, as we always say, this is a live safari, so whatever you see is happening right now. It's a lovely day. It's probably lower 30s without the wind. When the wind blows, the real feel probably dropping to in the regions of about 26, 28, but it's a lovely summer's day. But where these cheetah are lying in out of the wind, it's probably quite warm, and that's why I think we've probably got more chance of them actually hunting a little bit later. So the sunset safari, I'm going to try and relocate them again. Hopefully they'll be right here or in the vicinity. There is lots of prey around. There's impala with lambs, red hartebeest with calves, there's zebra with foals. There's plenty of food. So they just need to keep on wandering randomly. They're going to come across a good target. They need to just be a little bit patient, get a bit closer, and they're going to come right. So I want to be around watching when that happens. So although we're heading to the end of Escape to Nature, then it will be going on to Penguin Beach, weather permitting, but with what we've got here, I think that there's Penguin Beach, but you never know what's happening in Cape Town. It normally takes about a week from there to reach us, so I haven't checked what's happening down there, but I think it's clear. So there will be Penguin Beach after this, hopefully, and then after that there will be the sunset safari. So I'll check out for now. Might have lots of excitement later on, so please stay tuned for all the action from the waddling on with the sunset. And of course all the other locations are going to have all the excitement. Maybe there'll be some rosettes found. It is Catterday after all, and I'm sure there'll be some lions with Catman Chris on the prowl. I'm sure that is definitely going to be on the menu. Maybe there'll even be some wild dogs. Who knows? But I'm predicting that we're definitely going to see these three on the hunt this afternoon. So tune in and you'll be able to see if they actually are successful or if it's going to be another day of getting skinnier. So, as always, thanks to all the locations, the dam cameras, they always produce Okukuyu, Mashatu and Juma. And, well, we've had a good time here. Kariga, I'm sure, produced with the spa sessions with the buffalo and the rhino coming down with this heat. I'm sure they enjoyed the mud. And I'm sure you enjoyed watching them. But, well, we get to do it all again later on and tomorrow, because guess what, the wildlife isn't going anywhere and neither are we, so we're going to stick with them. Thanks to everybody for joining, and obviously thanks to all the teams. That includes the directors, the producers, and of course the tech guys, the cameramen, and everybody else. Thanks folks, that's it from me for now. I'm Ralph Kirsten. Ciao for now.